on display today? This crowd, this energy, that stadium. How has this football program progressed since when you were playing here?
Well, first off, you got to understand that this environment is one of the best environments in not just college football, but we talk about in sports. In sports, okay? We're the youngest Power 4 university. We're only 36 years old, okay? The youngest. And look at this. We didn't play over there. We didn't have all of this. Great job. Great job, UCF.
Hey, Brandon, there's been a lot of talk about two-way players. You know, they talk about myself, Champ Bailey, Dion, now Travis Hunter. They ain't talk about Brandon Marshall.
Right?
Why they not talk about you, man? You played a little safety. Tell me what it was for you, man, to go back and forth, man, between playing safety and a little wide out.
Well, first off, before I even get to me, I got to salute one of the GOATs and the Hall of Famer here. He was the hardest one to ever go against, right? When you talk about two-way, so smart, football IQ through the roof. For me, what happened was the elements. We had 6 safeties go down my junior year. I was third on the depth chart at wide receiver. We had Travis, we had Luther Huggins, we had Mike Sims Walker, and then we had me. And then we had 6 DBs go down. I went up to Coach George O'Leary. I said, Coach, if you need me, throw me over there.
Put me in the game, Coach.
I ended up going over there, leading the team in tackles.
No,
Mike Sims Walker. Yeah, it was a big deal.
Wow.
It was a big deal.
Did you get a couple of them, too?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man.
He also went to the linebacker coach. He also went to the D-line coach. Why not? This cat big veined-up cat can play anywhere on the field. All right, let's open up this week's edition of Urban's Playbook. We're going to talk about what makes Travis Hunter such an elite two-way player. How about this, right? Preseason watch list for the Bolitnikoff Award for the nation's best receiver, and preseason watch list for the Thorpe Award given to the nation's top defensive back. This guy is unreal and at another level.
You know, I watched him last year, and he was a really good player. I watched every snap this year. Charles, he's even picked it up. He's one of the best I've ever seen do it. He's doing something like we saw in the graphic there that no one's ever done in college. I'd say even pro football and high school football. We have two great two-way performers. You have Miles Jack, you had Champ Bailey, you had Chris Gamble at Ohio State. Not like this. He's performing like a top 5 draft pick on both sides of the ball. I want to really focus on defense now, Charles. When you played, and I went against Patrick Peterson at Florida, I had a rule that was called the Patrick Peterson rule. Now, that was stay away from him. I put a receiver over there, and we played 10 on 10.
I wouldn't have liked that.
He didn't. You can't find much videotape of our man, Travis Hunter, because they just stay away from him. Baylor, 0 shots against Travis Hunter. I want to watch the video, though, and see how good this guy is on defense. Watch the tackle here. This is a perfect rugby tackle. He's much more physical this year than he was last year. Watch his leg drive here, Charles. This is a perfect rugby tackle. Knocks it back. The second one, Brandon, this is the game winner.
That's a big one.
And overtime. Bam, ball's out. And then finally, I had to go back a little bit. This against Colorado State. They decided to throw against Travis. Check this out, Brandon. He looks like the receiver coming after the ball here. He leaves his feet, makes a play. He is now a receiver with the ball in his hand. Charles, I got to ask you a question.
Before you do that, why are we talking about tackling for a DB, Charles?
Because he's doing it. That's why. Most of the time we hear about these DBs and tackling, we don't talk about it because we say, oh, that guy wants to cover. He doesn't want to tackle. That's what makes Travis Hunter so special is because he not only will cover you. If you look at that play on the goal line, I talked to him yesterday. I got a chance to rap with him about that play. And he talked about the formation and where they had the tight ends at. And he said, I knew the way the formations were set up, they were going to make me tackle. And he said, what I did is I just listened to my coaches. Coaches said near hip, near shoulder. And that's what he did, put his head on the ball.
But at the end of the day, y'all don't get paid to tackle. Y'all get paid to pick the ball off. Y'all get paid to turn the ball over.
But if they're not throwing the ball to him, he can't pick it, so he got to get the ball the best way he can, baby.
All right, boys, let's focus on offense now. Let's focus on offense. This is where he's picked up his game. He's #1 receiver in the Big 12. He's averaging over 100 yards per game in receiving. Let's watch the video here.
Yeah,
the first one's a little option route. He disappears, shakes him out, and it comes across the middle. Watch him in the lower right. Little option route. As he gets covered, he shakes him out and goes, runs away. Takes off the ball. The second one, this is the relationship he has with Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur lets this ball go on a deep crossing route before he's even out of his break. The ball's out. He's not even into his route. And then finally, this is the old receiver coaching me, Brandon. I asked the producers, watch this guy go after this guy's tail down the field. Knocks down the corner. This is 133 plays of this. Brandon, you had 21 catches in a game. You also played 2 ways. I don't know if he's going to be able to handle this heat here now. It's hot here. I know he's from here, but it's hot here. Your thoughts on Travis?
Hold on, Coach. Why are we talking about receivers?
Yeah.
We talking about DBs tackling.
We don't get paid to do that. We don't get paid to do that. Listen, Coach, take Travis Hunter, take Colorado out of Florida. It's no problem. We're talking about 20-something catches. I don't care about his production on the defensive side. No problem. Look at you. Look at Mark Ingram up there. He's sweating through his suit. This is a real home field advantage. When I played here, I got 2 IVs before the game, 2 IVs at halftime, and 2 after the game. This is real deal, and so it's really going to affect him today.
6-pack of IVs.
6.
6-pack of IVs.
George O'Leary said, no more. This kid is addicted to IVs. Seriously, he said he's addicted to IVs. I said, Coach, you got me playing 100 snaps, and look at the elements. Shout out to Coach.
Coach, wrap us up.
Yeah, Travis, if he can handle this in the heat, I think this game will be close, but I think the UCF run game just takes away.
He'll be just fine.
Third quarter, he'll be cramping.
Man, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Great addition. Looks fantastic.
Go get your
everybody.
2 bags.
209 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, but 2 picks for Max Brosmer in last week's Minnesota loss to Iowa. Gophers looking for their first win over Michigan in 10 years.
Where does the Big Ten sports action never stop? The Big Ten Plus app. Thousands of non-televised live games and events. Next day on-demand game replays. Multi-view to watch up to 4 games at once. Download the Big Ten Plus app today.
With wet AMD, I worry I'm not only losing my sight, but my time to enjoy it. But now, I can open up my world with Vabysmo. Vabysmo is the first FDA-approved treatment for people with wet AMD that improves vision and delivers a chance for up to 4 months between treatments, so I can do more of what I love. Vabysmo works differently. It's the only treatment designed to block 2 causes of wet AMD.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Treatments like Vabysmo can cause an eye infection or retinal detachment. Vabysmo may cause a temporary increase in eye pressure after receiving the injection. There is an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots. Severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye can occur. Most common eye side effects were cataract and broken blood vessels.
Open up your world with Vabysmo.
A chance for up to 4 months between treatments with Vabysmo. Ask your doctor.
Set summer in motion with a Honda Accord Hybrid, CR-V Hybrid, new Civic Hybrid, or all-electric Prologue SUV. Take a vacation, staycation, or just a weekend drive with the windows down. Whatever you do, make it epic with Honda. The 2024 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Overall EV and Hybrid Brand. So act now. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or hurry into the Honda Summer Event.
If your business needs a new application, then developers will have to write code. A lot of code. If an application needs to be modernized, then you'll need time, resources, and caffeine. If this sounds daunting, then use Watson X Code Assistant. Built with IBM's Granite code model, it's AI designed to multiply developer productivity so you can generate code quickly. IBM, let's create.
This is you, and this is your lingering hunch.
My heart says the over. My gut says ham sandwich.
The kind that just sort of hangs around.
Don't sleep on the over, Gary.
But with FanDuel, this hunch won't linger much longer, because FanDuel's college football profit boosts every Saturday will reward you when you're ready to act.
The over.
So you won't let any hunch go to waste and make every moment more.
All customers get a college football profit boost every Saturday from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
Nothing stops DR Power Equipment. Reclaim your land. Devour wood. Trim and mow. There's a DR for every corner of your property.
Shop the sale today. All DR power equipment is now on sale. Free shipping is in effect and easy financing plans are available. That's godrpower.com.
Mother's CMX ceramic spray coating. Goes on lightning fast, wet or dry, for super hydrophobic, ultra durable protection. Mother's CMX ceramic spray coating. Give it that mother's love.
Will Johnson, Wolverine, cornerback, is a bad man.
Intercepted. Will Johnson. Will Johnson's got another. Will Johnson. Wow. It's kicked off. Look at this. Will Johnson will take it for the Wolverine touchdown. Oh, one of the best quarterbacks in the country.
And the All-American, a game-time decision today due to a shoulder injury, but he has been warming up throughout the course of the morning. And for more on he and the heavily leaned upon Michigan D, we kick it over to Matt, Mark, and Charles.
Yeah, he's clearly, guys, the cornerstone of that Wolverine defense. We'll keep an eye on that development.
What you did there.
We'll keep an eye on that development as kickoff gets closer. But I am here with one of the greatest cornerbacks to ever do it. And Charles, I want to ask you, with a struggling offense and an offense really struggling to find an identity, how much pressure does that put on you and a defense to know that you have to go out and play at a certain standard every single week?
Yeah, I think it puts a lot of pressure on those guys. You think about it on defense. Like, think about how hot it is right now. You're a defensive player. You just got off the field, 3 and out. You go sit on the bench, grab your water, and all of a sudden they say, defense, get ready. Sudden change. And then you got to get back up and get ready and do it all over again. And that's what this defense is going to be forced with. When you think about the last 3 years, we led the country in scoring defense. And now you're giving up, 20 points a game. So this team is they're getting beat a little bit. They're having to be on the field more than usual, and they're not as deep as they were the last 3 seasons. And trust me, you're not going to be able to rely on a pick six every single week.
Against my Trojans, too.
Right. Against your Trojans.
You talk about the impact that it has on the defense. I'm going to take it a step further. It puts another emphasis on the other phase of football, which is the special teams. You have to find ways to generate points and field position through punt return, punt return touchdowns, kick return touchdowns. Flip the field with those with a block punt or a block field goal. When your offense is playing to this style, it puts tremendous stress not only on your defense but also on your special teams. So you have to find unorthodox ways to create field position but also generate points.
Yeah, we should see that today. Special teams has to step up. We'll see if Will Johnson does get the nod today as this offense with Alex Zorgi continues to develop, guys. Rob, back to you.
Let's go Blue.
All right, Matty, thank you. And coming up next here on Big Noon Kickoff, Kirby Smart reveals to our Tom Rinaldi what his greatest challenge at Georgia is and what his practices resemble. Fascinating comment on that one. Back here in Orlando, huge crowd representing UCF as they get ready for the Buffaloes later today on Fox.
What's up?
Who are you?
I'm your inner child. Get in. Listen, what you really need in life is some freaking torque. Oh, now we're torquing. Power shot.
The Dodge Hornet RT, the totally torqued out crossover.
The higher the horsepower, the more Power Dollars bonus cash allowance. Don't miss Dodge Power Dollars. Catch them before they're gone.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. With Skyrizi, feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks. Many people were in remission at 12 weeks, 1 year, and even at 2 years.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease or UC.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Skyrizi.
Now approved for UC. At Doth's, an ordinary pretzel just isn't enough. So they add savory seasoning and tempting buttery flavor into every delicious twist. Now that's enough to make you order a special delivery.
That seems like a lot.
They're really good. Doth's, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
This Skinny Pop is amazing.
And only 3 simple ingredients.
We never have to stop.
We never have to stop.
Hey guys, I picked up some.
Surprise!
Skinny Pop, endlessly delicious. The world is in constant motion, and you have places to go.
Enterprise has more vehicles and locations than anyone, so you can get just the kind of vehicle you need, when and where you need it. Enterprise, for lives in drive.
You're going down today.
It's gonna hurt. Hey, how about we come over there with some ice cold Coronas and you share some of that barbecue?
That sounds lovely.
Let's go meet the neighbors. Starving. You guys cool with ribs?
Fox Big Noon Kickoff, sponsored by Wendy's new Saucy Nuts. Get the $5 Big Noon Saucy Deal in the Wendy's app now. Terms apply. And UCF, they played in some memorable New Year's Six bowl games in the last decade or so, including that win over Baylor in the 2014 Fiesta Bowl, the Peach Bowl victory over Auburn that capped off that unbeaten season in 2017. Time now for Player Check-In, sponsored by Allstate, and you are in good hands with Michigan running back Hillel Mullins.
Yeah, guys, how about the former linebacker just absolutely balling at running back, 160 yards, a couple touchdowns against the Trojans last week. He's a big physical back, breaks a lot of tackles, but also explosive, averaging over 8 yards per carry. As Alex Orji develops, look for them to continue to lean on this run game.
How about this crowd in Orlando putting up with the heat and the humidity? We thank you guys. This week, our Tom Rinaldi traveled to Athens to catch up with Kirby Smart ahead of Georgia's showdown at Bama. 42 straight regular season wins for his Bulldogs, Tom, but boy, there is nothing regular about this matchup.
Nothing regular about Kirby Smart either, Rob. Consider, in the last 5 years, the total number of active coaches in college football who have beaten Kirby Smart, that's 0. Smart worked for 10 straight seasons under Nick Saban, even when he was at the Dolphins. Now, he goes to face the Tide without him. That's different. The expectations, they're just as high.
The Dogs have done it and won a second consecutive national title.
Kirby, 2 national titles, you play for a 3rd. What's the greatest challenge to building that?
Sustaining that. I mean, building it's one thing, but sustaining it is much tougher.
What's the blessing of it? What's the burden of it?
I probably only feel and sense the burden because I don't look at it as being above someone else. The burden that comes with it is a responsibility to make sure your team and your organization is prepared, and I embrace that burden.
All the shit you went through this week to get ready for this game, now is when you pay the price. Go out here and
Some of the pregame or halftime speeches made their way into the public domain. What do you think you sound like when you hear them later?
Passionate.
You're gonna play the right way. You play the right way.
Emotional.
It's about who the we are. I believe in you. Let's go.
You know, a lot of times you're trying to convince your team to not be too emotional, but I do think that the game of football is played with emotion and passion.
Flex, 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 flex. Go again, go again, go again, go again. Next play, next play, next play, next play.
A proof of that is anyone who's ever seen a Georgia practice. How would you describe any practice within this program?
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
Practice is meant to be complete preparation for the environment you're going to get in.
Gotta go. That's good. Ball.
Organization, where we're going to be, how fast we're going to do it, and don't waste moments in practice.
Georgia and Alabama, 2 great teams, get set to battle once again.
Huge week. You play Alabama. A lot's changed since the last time you played them, of course. SEC title game. When you met Nick at midfield, what did you tell him?
I made a comment that surely you can't do this forever. And if anybody could, he probably could.
You're right about one thing. I'm too old for this.
But little did I know that that would be foreshadowing for him.
Tell him, Coach, appreciate all you did for me.
One of the greatest to ever do it. Now he leaves one hell of a legacy.
What will it be like to face the Tide without him?
The Tide is still a lot of good players, and he had a hand in recruiting a lot of those. Coach DeBoer and his staff have brought in a lot of really good players through the portal, and they are extremely talented still, and they've got a quarterback that's special.
heading into this game against Alabama. What's the identity of this group that you've found?
Resilient. I mean, we've had a really resilient group. They've responded well to some adverse situations.
We are down, we're straight. That's it. Dominate. They can't stop me even if they wanted to.
And these kids have dreams and aspirations, and we see them work so hard. And for them to realize those dreams and aspirations, it keeps me going.
It's about us. It's about our family. We attack. Make sure they know who they play today, the whole game. Let's go.
The sky's the limit for this team, but humility is 1 week away.
There hasn't been a lot of humility in between the hedges since Smart got there. He said he didn't want the program to be relevant. He wanted it to be dominant. Check that box. And Rob, when you consider now in his 8th season, he's coached more first-round NFL draft choices than he has total losses during his tenure. It's going to be a great one down there at Bryant-Denny. We appreciate Kirby Smart sitting down with us. What a great tilt.
Speaking of the NFL, 17 NFL teams with a combined 23 scouts will be at that game. Frankly surprised not every NFL team is there with their whole scouting crew to take that one in. This one is the beginning of Georgia's revenge tour. Limited stops, though, on this tour.
This is it. Just Tuscaloosa. They're 45-2, boys, since 2021. The only 2 losses coming to your Crimson Tide. So it talks a little bit to what Kirby Smart has built there, how dominant they have been. I'm going to talk specifically, though, about their quarterback, Carson Beck. There's a reason why all those NFL scouts are there. They need a quarterback next year in the draft. This guy may be the #1 overall quarterback when it's all said and done. He does an unbelievable job of hanging in the pocket, staying tough. They got a gritty win over Kentucky a couple of weeks ago. You wonder a little bit, though, Matty, when you look at this matchup, do they have enough playmakers on the outside? They had the Brock Bowers, Ladd McConkey, Dominic Lovett's back for them. But if they take away Lovett, is there enough around Carson Beck in this offense to be able to keep pace with Alabama in this one?
Well, they lost 4 of their top 5 wideouts from a year ago, both of the top running backs, as you said, and Carson Beck has been outstanding. But in a game like this, where we all know when talent is equated and both these teams are fantastic, it really just comes down to the guys you trust more, the playmakers, whether it's at the quarterback or whether it's Ryan Williams for Alabama, who we've seen as a home run hitter. And we talked, and you saw Kirby Smart say how special Jalen Milroe is. And to me, that's just the difference in this game. Multiple rushing touchdowns and passing touchdowns in every single game. Since he got benched a year ago and came back, he has been a different player. I love the quarterback duel in this, but Mark, I love the Tide coach because they have those playmakers that I think you can trust more in this environment.
I want to talk about Alabama coach Kalen DeBoer and his evaluation process, Mark. It starts tonight. Sure. You beat Wisconsin, you beat South Florida. Brady, when I went to Florida, it was made perfectly clear the SEC doesn't even think any other conference exists. Right. People in the South, it's all about that one. Right. He's going to feel it tonight. But the evaluation process and how he handles that is going to really define his career as he moves forward. This is a huge game. But remember, SEC football does not care about anything else other than SEC football.
Things about to get real for Coach DeBoer. All right, let's welcome in the Bear and Alabama. They have been favored in 90 consecutive home games. That goes all the way back to 2007, but a slight underdog today. Bear, how do you see it?
They are a slight underdog right now, but this game might even wind up closing with Alabama as a favorite. The money has been coming on the Tide. Pick them in a lot of places right now as well, but I think, to echo on what Coach was just saying there, I think Kirby Smart has had this game circled on his calendar, not only because of what happened last year in the SEC championship game, derailing the three-peat, but kind of just to let Kalen DeBoer know this conference kind of goes through me right now. And I think they're going to get some pieces back on the defensive line, which will help them rotate the depth up front, which I think really affected their ability to stop the run against Kentucky. And I'm not necessarily sold on the Alabama secondary yet. You faced a Wisconsin team incapable of completing a forward pass. You had South Florida, which had guys running open in the secondary. You just couldn't connect. But Georgia, with time to prepare, Georgia won 19 straight games with over a week to prepare, like regular season openers, polls, whatever else. I think Georgia goes in there tonight. They let Carson Beck just fling it around the yard, and I think Georgia walks out with a win.
Bear man, we ain't trying to hear none of that. We ain't trying to hear none of that over here.
Go get it,
At the end of
Mark.
the day, what it comes down to is the trenches. Who will win the trenches, control the line of scrimmage, and dominate? Who will dominate the line of scrimmage? The team who has won this game in the last 6 meetings have won the rushing battle. And I'm going with have Tyler Booker, Caden Proctor leading this offensive line, setting the tone. You have Jalen Milroe affecting his ability in the run game. But then you also have Justice Haynes and Jam Miller, one of the best running back duos in all of college football. So I am going with the Crimson Tide. Where my button at? Where my button at? We gonna roll Tide, baby. Let's go. Where my button at? Where my button at? Where my button at? Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Mark! Let's go, baby! I'm doing my time, baby!
Holy, you're the best. Coming up next, by the way, Charles Woodson connects with fellow legends from the secondary, Deion Sanders and Travis Hunter. Sharon Moore went with a run-heavy approach in last week's home win over ranked USC. Now number 12, Michigan, looking to remain atop the Big Ten as they host Minnesota. Coming up next on Fox.
It's chaos here. It is. It's turned up out here. R.J. Harvey. Hey. R.J. Harvey. Look.
You are out of your mind.
Look at my back. Look at my back.
Man, I can't stop eating these.
What? They're for the neighbors. Man, I should start my own stand.
Say hello to your new favorite snack.
Sweet and salty.
Hey, check this out. Great for football watch parties. Tell your friends.
Hey, Pete, check this out.
That's what I'm talking about.
New King's Hawaiian Pretzel Bites.
Irresistibly sweet and salty. Hey, what's this button do?
No!
Sorry.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands with a hotel for any traveler you want to be. Like #1 Chef Dad cooking up a free hot breakfast for the entire family at a comfort hotel.
Mom made this.
I added the garnish. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
James, you wear a lot of hats. You're a veteran and household chef, a self-taught barber and dream chaser and student. You're an Ander. At National University, we see the whole you. That's why we've created online and hybrid programs that flex to help you balance your full life so you can focus on what's right in front of you. National University, supporting the whole you.
CIDP disrupts.
CIDP derails.
Let's be honest. CIDP sucks.
But living with CIDP
Doesn't have to.
When you sign up at shiningthroughcidp.com, you'll find inspiration and real patient stories. Helpful tips, reliable information, and more.
CIDP can be tough.
But finding hope
just got a little easier.
Sign up at shiningthroughcidp.com.
Be heard, be hopeful, be you.
With over 15 ways to cook, like air fry, steam roast, no preheat, and more, Frigidaire Total Convection Ovens put yummier, healthier family meals at your fingertips. For all we share, Frigidaire.
Upset stomach? Iberogast. Indigestion? Iberogast. Bloating? Iberogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Iberogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Iberogast.
Ultimate Hybrid, Ultimate Balance, Carnauba Heart, Super Hydrophobic Soul.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
Alonzo and the Mets look to lock up a wild card spot against the NL Central champion Brewers. Or the Twins fight for their playoff lives against Henderson and the Orioles. It's baseball night in America on Fox.
Cash in on the football action with Underdog, just by picking higher or lower on 2 or more players on stats like yards, touchdowns, and receptions to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Now available in 33 states. Join the millions of Underdog customers who have won billions just by playing along. Sign up and deposit using promo code Billy to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Higher, lower, it's your call. All on Underdog.
Be right there. Wait. Use the shovel and bucket of water, remember? Drown, stir, drown, feel. Then make sure it's cool.
Where'd you learn that?
SmokeyBear.com. Brushed up on some tips before we left. Don't want to start a wildfire, right?
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome to Waco on a beautiful morning at McLean Stadium. It's time for Big 12 football on FS1. Undefeated BYU looking for its first ever Big 12 road victory. Coming into hostile territory to take on Baylor. The Bears looking to bounce back after a wrenching loss to Colorado last week. Couldn't ask for a better scene. Alex Faust, Robert Smith here with you. Beautiful backdrop, 11 a.m. kick. It doesn't get much better than this. Let's start with BYU. The growth of this team, we've seen it in the young running backs from last season into this year. And you're also seeing it in their quarterback with Jake Retzlaff. Another year of Big 12 football under his belt, and he's looking really sharp.
Yeah, he's intense, man. You know, we had the meeting yesterday, and, you know, when he's sitting in there, it's like he's ready to even challenge you in there. And both of his parents were coaches and had very competitive family with his siblings, and you can just feel it. The guy just wants to go out and play the game, but he's really a student of the game, which allows him to go up and make changes at the line of scrimmage, something that even Zach Wilson and Jaron Hall weren't doing in this offense before he arrived.
Yeah, when he's on, he can be among the best quarterbacks in the league, and we're starting to see growth as well from Sawyer Robertson. Remember, it was Daquan Finn to begin the season, injured after week 3. Sawyer Robertson comes in, and I think it's not just the injury. He's earned the job as QB1.
Yeah, he certainly has, and he's been through this before. Last year was Blake Shapen that won the starting job at the beginning of the year. This year was a transfer to Quan Finn, and quarterbacks that have been through that type of adversity, I think they're just better for it. But he's tremendous talent. He's not just a running quarterback that can throw a little bit. He can truly make every throw on the field. Has a great rapport with his wide receivers, and he can make every throw, whether it's the deep throw or the back shoulder throw. Sawyer Robinson can do it.
Really strong performance last week in Boulder, even in the loss. They're decked out in gold on a gorgeous morning for football. Baylor looking for a bounce back and a top 25 upset. We've got it next on FS1.
HCM is a serious heart condition affecting as many as 1 in 200 people. Like me.
And me. I was still short of breath on my beta blocker.
So I talked to my cardiologist.
And asked about treatment advances in HCM.
That talk made a real difference.
It gave me new hope.
Talk to your cardiologist today. Visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
For over 50 years, Purina Cat Chow has been helping cats feel at home with trusted nutrition. No wonder it's the #1 dry cat food in America. Come home to Cat Chow.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Ace. You overdid it on the loaded fries, and now your gut is in the gutter. Undo it with Pepto Fast Melts, so you can keep on rolling. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto-Bismol.
Tubi is proud to be free for small business owners, the lifeblood of our communities, upholding the American dream. But Tubi's also free for thugs and cronies who shake down small businesses for money, then spend it on their girlfriends, even though they have wives. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
This is a job you have to put your heart into.
You fight and never give up. And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
And every Monday,
Watch and learn, Junior.
it's all new action.
You gotta work hard and you gotta play hard.
All new adventure.
Too dangerous.
We're going in.
All new episodes.
It's all in a day's work.
Rescue High Surf. All new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
October baseball is different. It's history making, breaking it, rewriting it. It's ice in your veins, tested by 60 feet of heat. It's a faithful silence and a deafening roar. It's putting your money to work, giving your city what they've earned, and the wild card, playing for keeps. Yeah, October's different. The NLDS begins on Fox and FS1.
Back in Waco, good old-fashioned 11 a.m. kickoff, and the Baylor line ready to be formed on the field. Ready, kids? You ready? You ready? Let them go!
God, it's just so great. I don't think anybody got trampled. Well, maybe a couple. They're still moving.
That's a great scene here in McLean Stadium. You know, Baylor, they're still ticked off after how last week ended. Their Big 12 opener within grasp, only to be snatched away at the very last moments.
When you're cut wide open.
Oh, touchdown! Incredible!
You sit down, you bleed a little bit, then it's important to rise up and fight again. Next time that we get punched in the face, to bring our hands back up and throw a punch in return.
Much has been made not only about the loss and the heroics of Colorado and some of their stars, but the end-of-game sequence for Baylor. The Hail Mary that went awry. A lot of hand-wringing this week about unforced errors, and if Baylor could clean those up, I mean, they should be 3-1.
Yeah, and certainly you feel terrible after a loss like that, but you know what? Sometimes there's nothing like a embarrassing butt-whooping like that to teach you all the lessons. And you know, you had the Hail Mary pass, you had called the timeout before, had gone over the play on the sideline with those guys, but you know what? You can't make them go out and do the play. And Dave Aranda as a defensive coordinator hurts even more. And then, of course, you have the fumble. But, you know, football's like life in this sense, man. It's not whether you're going to get knocked down. It's whether you're going to get your butt back up after you get knocked down. And you've got no choice. You got to move on. As my man Lou Holtz used to always say, you can't let a team beat you 2 weeks in a row. Play the next game.
Yeah, they don't want to beat themselves this time around. Unforced errors certainly part of the story. Hey, maybe the home cooking will help. The 11 a.m. kickoff against a BYU team that struggles during the daytime. We've got kickoff in Waco next.
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future through the Chase mobile app. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help from JP Morgan Wealth Plan. Let's go, Whiskers. Gen Y is working with a banker to budget for her birthday.
You only turned 30 once.
And Gen Z, her credit's golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
You know why I love Halloween?
Why?
People give me Kit Kats for free.
Son, you're 8. All your Kit Kats are free.
Happy Halloween! Have a break, have a Kit Kat.
Inez, let me ask you. You're using Head & Shoulders, right?
Only when I see flakes. Then I switch back to my regular shampoo.
You should use it every wash. Otherwise, the flakes will come back.
He's right, you know.
Is that Tiny Troy?
The ingredients in Head & Shoulders keep the microbes that cause flakes that big.
Microbes, really?
They're always on your scalp. But good news, there's no itchiness, dryness, or flakes down here.
I love Tiny Troy and his tiny, gorgeous hair.
Make every wash count. And for stubborn dandruff, try Head & Shoulders Clinical Strength.
Future-proof your home and garden with AARP today. Harvest the rewards for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Hey, get off your... citrus.
Show off. Mountain Dew. 6 pieces of chicken, 4 sides, and biscuits. That's a big deal.
Now, this is the type of deal Dad loves.
Oh, this for $20? I tried to make it 21. Legendary. Get your own big deal for $20. Coach Prime and KFC, way back, baby.
Pretty comfortable conditions here in Waco. Temperatures in the 60s this morning. It'll warm up to the mid-80s. BYU will receive first after Baylor won the toss and deferred. There's Kalani Sitake. Now, this team was so young, so banged up with injuries last year, but they strategically played a couple of true freshmen towards the end of the season, get them some reps, get them some Big 12 experience, and it's paid off with a really deep club this season. Dave Aranda, last week, the post-game press conference and taking responsibility for what happened. But this whole Baylor team, they know that they have to cut down on their miscues if they want to get into the win column in conference play.
Yeah, no question about it. And we've talked about the loss and how gut-wrenching it was for the entire team. And now it'll be interesting to see the way that they bounce back this week. I think this is a team that was embarrassed the way that game ended, and they feel, I believe, that they're playing for Coach Aranda's job at this point. So we'll see how they come out and play today.
26 teams entered week 4 undefeated. Will BYU remain one of them? Off we go in Waco. And it's Keelan Marion letting this bounce into the end zone for a touchback. And Jake Retzlaff will take to the field. Last week against K-State, 15 of 21, 149 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He executed key plays when BYU had momentum on their side, and it changed rapidly in that game. He still had to execute it, Dave.
Yeah, and we talked about what it was like speaking with Retzlaff in the meeting. I mean, he's just such an intense guy. And he said it can hurt him sometimes because he just wants to do things so perfectly. He understands, though, playing quarterback, sometimes you just got to move on and understand you're going to make mistakes. Get to the next play.
Retzlaff to pass on first down, and he hits his target along the far sideline. And that's Cody Epps, redshirt junior from Los Angeles, who missed a chunk of last season with injury. We take a look at the Cougars offense. Brought back a bunch of seniors on this offensive line. A lot of guys that could have gone pro, including Connor Pay, a senior center. Keep an eye on Hinckley Rapati, who hasn't been able to stay healthy, been out with an ankle injury, the running back for BYU.
Take a look at those tackles, too. Caleb Etienne at the left tackle, 6'8", 320 pounds, and at that right tackle spot, Braden Keim, 6'9", some power forward playing tackle for the Cougars. Nawahine getting the call. The redshirt junior from Hawaii, Utah State transfer. He's been dealing with a shoulder injury a little bit since fall camp as we take a look at the Baylor Bears defense. Dave Aranda doing the play calling for these guys. Only allowed an average of 15.3 points per game coming in. But they have lamented the number of pass interference penalties from their secondary. It's been a big issue for them all year. Yeah, it certainly has. And, of course, in a third down situation like this, too high. But they're in too high a lot. It's because he doesn't want to expose those guys at the corner spot.
Retzlaff to pass on third down, and they'll move the chains. Nice move by Darius Lassiter, shedding a couple of tackles and making his way into plus territory. A big chunk for Lassiter. Last week against K-State, kind of held in check. This time he picks up 24 for a first down.
Yeah, and you see Matt Jones in the coverage there. Just a simple little stick route, option route to the inside. And it's that run after catch, so dangerous. This Baylor defense kind of back on its heels early.
Last week he had 24 total yards. This week he's equaled that total on his first touch of the game. Speaking of first touches, this is Pokai Haunga, true freshman running back, who they expect to continue to get reps as the season goes along. Really excited about his growth and development. They are so deep in that running back room right now.
Yeah, and of course, Siane Moa, also a true freshman, and he had really been flashing but didn't make the trip because of the injury. And sometimes with those young running backs, it's about protection, right? The guys know how to take the handoffs, but if you can't protect most important player on the field, the quarterback, they can't put you on the field.
Retzlaff's pass, crossing pattern complete, 30-yard line. It's Lassiter. And another first down for BYU, and they are marching downfield efficiently.
Yeah, they certainly are. And we talked about the problems that this Baylor defense has had with pass interference, and they're just playing a little bit soft, playing a little bit off. And Jake Retzlaff more than happy to exploit the openings in that soft coverage.
For a gain of 9, first down for the Cougars, who sit at 4-0 on the season. Looking for their first 5-0 start since 2021. Parker Kingston on the sweep. And Kingston rounds the corner. It's a nice pickup on first down of 4 for a man who had perhaps the most exciting play of the game last week, that 90-yard punt return touchdown that was nearly a complete whiff.
Oh, that was so great. And, then watching Kalani Sitake in the press conference, they're asking him, hey, do you like your players improvising? And he's like, no, I don't want you improvising on a play like that. Probably shouldn't even fielded the ball. Obviously ended up being a great play, and I could see him shouting at his shoes after that one. He was a little bit worn out after all the extra running that he had to do.
Fake the sweep. Retzloff pumps, passes, caught, and it's a touchdown for BYU. Miles Davis. Didn't have a single touch last week, and the Cougars quickly get the opening 6 this afternoon. 26 yards on the score.
Miles Davis, jazzy little play coming out of the backfield here, and nobody picks him up. Just got to understand your coverage. And, this is a Baylor defense maybe a little bit stung from what happened a week ago. These guys just have to go out and play. You know what kind of coordinator Dave Aranda is. You got to believe what you see, but you cannot let a running back go free out of the backfield like that.
Will Farron for the extra point. And it is up and good. And BYU, 8 plays, 75 yards. Very little resistance put up. 7-zip to the Cougs on the road.
With wet AMD, I worry I'm not only losing my sight, but my time to enjoy it. But now, I can open up my world with Vabysmo. Vabysmo is the first FDA-approved treatment for people with wet AMD that improves vision and delivers a chance for up to 4 months between treatments, so I can do more of what I love. Vabysmo works differently. It's the only treatment designed to block 2 causes of wet AMD.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Treatments like Vabysmo can cause an eye infection or retinal detachment. Vabysmo may cause a temporary increase in eye pressure after receiving the injection. There is an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots. Severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye can occur. Most common eye side effects were cataract and broken blood vessels.
Open up your world with Vabysmo.
A chance for up to 4 months between treatments with Vabysmo. Ask your doctor.
There is nothing like a Wendy's Frosty. It's cool. It's creamy. It's only $1 right now. Wait, what? The one and only Frosty is $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
20 seconds a week to lose 20% of your weight in a year with diet and exercise. That's the power of GLP-1s through Row. Connect with the provider today at row.co/20.
Prime Big Deal Days is coming October 8th and 9th with exclusive savings just for Prime members. You'll feel like a big deal. Shop deals on electronics, fashion, and more this Prime Big Deal Days, October 8th and 9th.
Class-leading safety features at every turn. The new 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid.
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and tadalafil, but Sparks dissolve under the tongue. Dissolvables work faster than old school pills. See if Sparks are right for you at row.co/sparks.
Well, what an opening drive for BYU on the road here in Waco. 7 plays, 75 yards, virtually untouched.
Yeah, we know Dave Aranda's not much of a yeller. We saw it a couple weeks ago against Air Force, and just wonder on the sideline right now, you just really didn't seem to see a lot of life out of that Baylor defense. I mean, it's disappointing to see something like that. I'm sure if you're a Baylor fan, if you're a Baylor coach, after what happened a week ago, you'd think those guys so disappointed would just come out with their hair on fire today.
We'll see if they get a little bit of help from the return game. Jamal Bell had a 100-yard return last week. Jukes across the 20-yard line and is brought down here. One of the top kick returners in the Mountain West the last couple of years with Nevada. And Sawyer Robertson will bring out the Bears offense, thrust into the starting role as we talked about week 3 after Daquan Finn's injury. But he may have settled the Baylor quarterback drama once and for all with a really strong performance on the road last week.
Yeah, and again, we talked about him. Of course, his running ability, scored the running touchdown. He had about a 30-yarder a week ago, but his ability really to have every pitch in his arsenal, really tremendous controlling his throws.
This one batted down and picked up by BYU. It's an interception. Blake Mangelson. John Nelson with the tip. Mangelson, right place, right time, and an immediate turnover.
Yeah, a smart play by Nelson here. You can see him compressing the pocket and with his eyes on Sawyer Robinson the entire time and matching that hand to the quarterback. And it's not just getting the hand up, but it's seeing where that hand's going and just getting that big paw in the place for the tip.
Utter disaster for Baylor to begin this game. Now, in somewhat similar way to last week when BYU completely turned that matchup against 13th ranked K-State on its ear.
That was crazy. 2 touchdowns in 39 seconds.
Short field here. They took full advantage then as they handed off here to Nawahine. And what was incredible, they're trailing 6-0, then 6-3. They turned that into a 17-6 lead in the span of 39 seconds.
Hey, that's the way that the game goes sometimes, though, right? I mean, talk about breaks and change and momentum in game. You got to be able to ride those waves, and they certainly took advantage of what were some great opportunities with the turnovers and this big special teams plays.
2-back set, and here's Haunga. Haunga, power run inside the 5. First down and goal for BYU on a gain of 11.
Ooh, boy, this, I mean, you know, you see guys not fighting off of blocks. You see guys stumbling. This is a really bad look for this Baylor defense. The guys just staying blocked, right? You're just not seeing the fire that you need to see. Now, look, credit this BYU offensive line for getting up to the second level, but you're just not seeing the intensity that you would expect to see from a Baylor Bears team that got embarrassed a week ago. And the quick change defense, you got to just say, hey, man, we got this. But you're just not seeing that fire.
First and goal for BYU. And Ohine will get to the 2. And this is, again, worst nightmare stuff if you're Baylor. For BYU, well, this is just a continuation of what they did last week. They didn't have a lot of long fields to go, but they were efficient when they had to be. Only 241 yards total offense. You look at that top line, you might say, well, it wasn't that great a performance. But they were good when they had to be, took full advantage of their opponent's mistakes, and they're a couple of yards away from doing it again.
Yeah, watch Chase Roberts here going in motion, 6'4".
They'll pitch to Roberts, and he gets to the goal line, waiting on a signal. He's in. Perhaps a yard, half a yard short, but I think he got it.
And Dave Aranda said,
oh, he's in. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he said Chase Roberts, he's a 6'4", but he plays like a 6-foot wide receiver. They didn't need any of the height right there, and this is something that Baylor knew to expect from BYU. All kinds of trick plays. Nice play design there with a quick pass to Roberts.
Extra point is good. What a start for BYU. They've lost their last 10 games starting before 3:30.
Eric B. and Rakim, they got paid in full on that drive. You like that too, right? See how Baylor responds when we get back down 14-0.
I'm your football-obsessed best man, and I think you having your big day during the big game is the worst. What, are you kidding me?
Physically, I'm right here, but mentally, I'm here. Yeah, I do. Come on, speed it up.
When all eyes are on you,
my eyes are glued to the game. Touchdown, yeah. And if you didn't bundle your home and auto insurance, well, all of this could be tough to tackle. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem. Like me.
Looking for a reason to try the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
That's everything you get with the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's.
Future-proof your home and garden with AARP today. Harvest the rewards for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The fact that this Reese's ad showed up at this exact moment proves that your devices are listening to your stomach.
Homes.com is a new, elevated home shopping experience. Beautiful design, tremendously rich content, and my favorite touch, it's the only site that always connects you to the listing agent. Feels like a work of art.
Lovely. What about the app?
Uh-oh! Look what I did. It's ringing. Hello? Hello? Hello?
They can't hear you.
Hello?
Because you glued a frame over the microphone.
I think I've glued the frame over the microphone.
Ding dong!
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
For over 50 years, Purina Cat Chow has been helping cats feel at home with trusted nutrition. No wonder it's the #1 dry cat food in America. Come home to Cat Chow.
Coach Prime and Shedeur Sanders lead Colorado. It's got a man touchdown against UCF today at 3:30 Eastern on Fox.
Tonight, Baseball Night in America is on Fox. We'll get to that in just a moment. 14-0 BYU after a short field. Only needed 20 yards there after the interception. Batted down by John Nelson and Blake Mangelson. That ball hovering in the air, making the play. And they are stunned here in Waco.
I'm going to see how this team responds right now. Remember, Colorado was down 14 early to Baylor last week, and they were able to come back.
Fair catch signaled here. And now we'll tell you about Baseball Night in America on Fox. Postseason on the horizon. Francisco Lindor, boy, they hope he's healthy. His back locked up the other day. Mets need a big win against the Brewers here. Otherwise, they might be faced with a doubleheader on Monday. Yikes. Gunnar Henderson and the Orioles, they'll take on Carlos Correa on the Twins, in desperate need of a win themselves. Don't miss the action tonight, 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
You know a lot of baseball, Alex.
Yeah, wound up doing a lot of baseball this summer, yeah. That was a heck of a season, though. And it'll be a heck of a postseason on Fox as well. Sawyer Robertson gets his first completion of the afternoon right at the sticks. Boy, does Baylor need a offensive series here or what?
Yeah, no question about it. And you can see the talent of Sawyer Robertson right there. Rolling out to his left. Nice, accurate throw to Presley.
And this will get him a first down.
Yeah, remember, this is what Jake Spavital talked to us about as well. You got to get that first down, get that offense rolling, and you can see him using tempo here as well.
Play action. Robertson floats this ball to the near side. Josh Cameron, as he's upended across the 40-yard line. Cameron, the leading receiver for Baylor this season.
Yeah, Cameron with his first touchdown earlier this season. Favorite story for a lot of the Baylor team.
How about this tempo for the Bears right away? Bryson Washington struggled last week against Colorado, just 21 yards on 10 carries, but had a breakout performance against Air Force a couple of weeks ago, 127 yards then. Gavin Yates blocking fullback in there.
And it's really the detail. You can see them getting the substitution here. Baylor substituted, so BYU has the opportunity to substitute and get some fresh bodies in there.
Robertson looking, and that was miscommunication. Monterey Baldwin stopped, and that ball wound up about 20 yards further downfield.
Yeah, a little miscue there, a little misread on the coverage. But Jake Spavital, he talked about the way that they needed to work that tempo in, and just the way that this offense has been looking so far, need to be able to finish this drive, but the tempo certainly has helped, and he knew that this BYU defense, these guys are built to stop the run. A lot of big guys. Make them run. Tire them out.
Especially on a warmer day, right? I mean, these are where the conditions and having home field advantage and what you're used to can play into things, because we know that BYU, they told us, like, we're going to have to substitute a little bit more today. 4th down here. They're going to go quickly, try to get it. And the play is blown up in the backfield. Isaiah Glasker. Bryson Washington with nowhere to go. Glasker brought him down quickly, and Baylor turns it over on downs.
Boy, Glasker, you could see him reading this one from the very beginning. Makes the tackle in the backfield. Big stop on 4th down. Ends the Baylor drive.
Check out Mahomes' top 3 plays of the day. He scrambles into T-Mobile to get that new iPhone 16 Pro on us. It's a little shimmy, shimmy, shake. What you think, huh?
It's like he's chasing an ice cream truck.
Ice cream! He got his iPhone 16 Pro, the first iPhone built for Apple Intelligence.
Cuz holding it up like a baby lion.
Homie takes those T-Mobile savings and calls it a day.
Respect.
Now at T-Mobile.com, get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That's why our favorite part of camp
was the ride to camp. Can we please get a ride? Oh my God!
Sure.
Transform your cabin with the ingenious stowable second row center seat. Available on the Honda Pilot. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer today.
This is Captain Owen Strand, Austin Fire Department.
Help me.
Chaos reigns where a freight train has derailed.
Ladder 126, do you copy?
911 Lone Star, all new Monday on Fox.
Here's your coffee.
Oh, best intern ever.
Oh, nice. You use Fiverr. Working on anything big? A marketing campaign? A product launch?
New towel design for the summer swag.
Are we sure we're making the best use of our talent?
Can I get some oat milk?
Sometimes great talent is right under your nose.
What's your name again?
I want to say Barbara.
What I thought was a complete life was nowhere near complete. But it is now.
Learn about adopting a teen at adoptuskids.org.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
Your achievement has set an example for so many students. Most importantly, your daughter.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free adult education centers near you.
Well, a stop on 4th down for this BYU defense, and Baylor turns it over on downs.
So you see Isaiah Glasker lined up at that linebacker spot. Really, this is the right tackle, Caden Siraki. He turns out, and you have to see those run-throughs. That's just the kind of thing that you have to pick up on the fly as a tackle. But credit defensive coordinator Jay Hill for BYU anticipating that run and getting a run-through.
Flag here.
False start. Offense number 51. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
First miscue of the game for BYU. They've been really good at staying away from penalties. Only 2 of them last week, only 40 penalty yards per game. Second best mark in the Big 12 to begin the season. And a good run here to get all the penalty yardage back and then some. Nawahine coming off a career high in rushing yards last week against K-State. He dealt with an injury in fall camp that impacted his ramp up. He was scratched twice early this season, but he has really grown into a big-time back for this BYU club. Nawahine again. And he'll lower the shoulder, get close to the stick. And that'll be a first down. Began his college career at Utah State. Had a 2-year mission in Zambia. 6 rushing plays in a row now for BYU.
Yeah, really dominating that line of scrimmage. And the second level of that Baylor defense, this guy's not fighting off of blocks. Matt Jones almost got in place that last time.
Play action, Retzlaff rolling out, throwing underneath. It is caught along the sideline by Marion. First down BYU, and they're into plus territory.
And not even sure if he was going to Marion on this play. Just kind of ended up being lucky. Had 2 receivers stacked in the area. See number 42 there. Nice job by Marion, though, with the body control on the sideline, keeping the feet in.
At some point, BYU's secondary needs to step up. Retzlaff dropping back, pressure coming, and he'll get rid of it. Into the feet of Enoch Nawahine. And maybe that's the area of growth for Retzlaff. We're talking about, Robert, about some of those decisions earlier on this season that he wishes he had back. Might be a smart one there.
Yeah, and Aaron Roderick, he talked about a series a week ago that ended up in a field goal, but it was really the decision on 3rd down that impressed him about Jake Retzlaff. He said he made the decision not to make the throw, understanding that he didn't want to take points off the board and not risk things with a turnover. He said it doesn't show up in the numbers, but it was a great play.
Retzlaff steps up in the pocket, gets away, tucks and runs across the 40 and out across the 35-yard line, crashing into the BYU sideline.
Might tack on a few extra here.
Yeah, 15 yards, and then whatever comes from this flag.
Really not known as a runner, but you could see that Baylor defense, not very disciplined in their rush lanes. All kinds of space for Retzlaff to take off, and the late push getting him into the cool bench. He said, yeah.
Personal foul, late hit out of bounds. Defense number 3, half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
It's on Devin Bobby, junior from DeSoto, Texas. Now, Retzlaff, he's not known as a two-way quarterback, but he can certainly hold his own running the ball.
Well, I don't know. I know that the hands got on him when he was out of bounds, but I'm not crazy about that call. That was pretty close. I know it looks bad going up over the bench, though.
Trick play. Ball tipped, batted away. Parker Kingston launching it to the end zone, and Orlando Johnson says no, sir.
Well, Matt Polich, the safeties coach, and Dave Aranda both talked about the way that this BYU offense, and you had to be ready for some trick plays. Little lefty throw. Nice save there at the last second.
Taylor Parker, one of the safeties, got his hands on it in the end. Retzlaff takes off, and Retzlaff is in. BYU is routing Baylor in the first quarter. 17 yards on the scamper and score for Jake Retzlaff.
Wow. You could just tell from the body language of this defense, you don't see guys fighting off of blocks. You just don't see the intensity. But credit BYU. They're doing what they need to do, getting bodies on bodies. But you don't want to beat a dead horse saying this, right? But after what happened a week ago, I just expected a much more intense Baylor defense, especially.
Well, it's what happened last year to this Baylor team a little bit. Losses carried over week to week. Doesn't matter what's going on the other side for BYU. They are rolling here in Waco.
BYU is in Nepal, looking at the impacts of pollution from brick kilns on individuals and communities.
The goal of our research is to improve the working conditions and the lives of those people who work here.
I'm very happy to work with BYU. With this collaboration, we can do many more things.
You can change the lives of other people for the better if you're just willing to use the gifts which God has blessed you with.
Everything you thought you knew is brand new.
We on a new wave. This ain't what it was.
See, when the game changes, so do we. Every day, every play. Always been greater than 12, now standing 16 strong. In every end zone, any time zone. When everyone else keeps asking, what's next? We know we are.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Thanks to Skyrizi, I'm playing with clearer skin. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
With Skyrizi, nothing on my skin means everything. Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
At Typical Insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the 3rd health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market.
Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same.
That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing?
Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
It's Fox College Football Friday. Michigan State.
Look at this!
Takes on Heisman contender Dylan Gabriel and Oregon.
Touchdown, Ducks!
It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox.
Yikes, what a start. BYU picking up where they left off last week. Ranked in the top 25 this week. First time they've been ranked in couple of years. 38-9, they beat K-State last week. And I know it was a sudden change in that game that really flipped it, but they have carried momentum into this week, into Waco. We're talking all week about having to adjust their sleep schedules and whatnot for this 11 a.m. kick. I'll say they're up and at 'em. Man. It's going to be taken back from 1 yard deep by Bell. And Bell is met immediately at the 20-yard line by Jonathan Cabella.
Tomorrow, we've got a huge day of football on Fox. At 1 Eastern, the Eagles battle the Bucks. 4 at 4, the Patriots take on Brock Purdy and the Niners. Check for the game in your area. Only on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
5th meeting all time between BYU and Baylor, 3rd in the last 4 years. These two teams played a double overtime thriller a couple of years ago. BYU missed a game-winning field goal. Both teams missed field goals in overtime. Robertson connects with Ashton Hawkins. And it's not as if this Baylor offense hasn't moved the ball. They turned it over on downs their last series.
Yeah, they certainly did. And, you know, this is the kind of game where you just got to get play after play. Just start stacking some good plays. Not a good start there on first down, but sometimes it's just those short throws that turn into long plays and just kind of boost the entire team. They really need this offense to kind of bring some life to the team.
And to give their defense a blow. It's been a struggle on that side of the ball for sure. Robertson trying to get the defensive line to bite on a hard count. Handed off, and Washington burrow ahead for a couple of yards with that incompletion on first down. Sets up a long 3rd down here.
Boy, this is something that Dave Aranda had talked about, the way that this Baylor offensive line in the run game has struggled with A-gap pressure, and this is obviously something that defensive coordinator from BYU, Jay Hill, picked up on, making stunts from the edge, looping people into the A-gaps.
You saw Tyler Batty there, one of the captains on this team, coming back for an extra season. Impact player. Batty gets around his man, but Robertson steps up in the pocket and fires to the sideline for Washington, who's knocked out across the 45-yard line. First down for Baylor.
And boy, you love this from Sawyer Robertson, too. Doesn't panic, has to climb up into the pocket, and rather than escaping, makes that throw out there to Washington. Stayed under control.
Late flag comes in here. "17 yards.
Looks like it's on Baylor here. They're walking this thing back.
So it would have been a nice pickup.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense number 68. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
Self-inflicted wounds.
Omar Ibedion just gets a little bit too far downfield. You see him here at that right guard spot and gets up to that second level and just keeps blocking him. You got to understand if that ball's going to come out. Can't go downfield. They said his engine runs a little bit hot, though. He gets a little bit excited, and he certainly did right there, getting up to that second level.
Second penalty for Baylor. Boy, this is a costly one. Third down at 14 now. Line to make is just on the BYU side of midfield.
You know, it's interesting with Baylor being one of the teams, or the only team in the FBS with the head coach calling the defensive plays, and they've talked about the analytics, and it's Joe DeRazio that's in control of the analytics for the offense and when they decide to go for it. But you know, we don't know what the book is going to say on this one. You see Aranda fully involved here, but you wonder what that number is if they don't get the first down here. How much do you go for it? Down 21-0. I don't know what the book says, but from an emotional standpoint, you got to think that they would want to go for it on fourth down if it's less than 5 yards.
Well, that's the thing. If you're going to try to set this up, though, you've got to go with something underneath in this case. You know, you don't want to go for it all because 4th and 14 is definitely not in the book.
Yeah, no question about it. And that's kind of the way play calling works. It's the art of play calling, working from the number. And you know, that's what Jake Spavital said. You know, go to Joe DeRazio and say, okay, you know, we're green at 4 or we're green at 5, meaning if we can get to 4th or 4 or 4th and 5, that's what we're going to go with. But Jake Spavital said, you know, Joe DeRazio is not the one that has to go to those press conferences and answer why you went for it in those situations.
Clock operators, please reset the game clock to 2:10. It'll start on my ready.
We had a bunch of game clock and play clock issues last night in Piscataway. Here, a lot of unnecessary time resetting things. Finally, we're ready for play. Robertson to pass, facing a 4-man front, steps up, throws, sideline, caught. And it's a first down into BYU territory for Josh Cameron.
Great play by Sawyer Robertson here, and really just staying calm in the pocket. Jay Hill, he's dialing up some exotic looks, bringing pressure from unexpected places. Sawyer Robertson stays calm, steps up, delivers his strike.
Robertson throwing to the sideline. Smart throw. He had to hurry. Incomplete, intended for Cameron. Josh Cameron, a former walk-on, breaking into the rotation, earning a scholarship after his redshirt season. They've had to feel bad with Baylor. They paraded him out in front of the media after a bunch of losses. They say this kid has got such a good head on his shoulders. They want to give him something good to talk about. Hand it off here on second down and get a yard or two here with Richardson. Dominic Richardson, top returning running back for Baylor. Third down.
And a little surprised to see Baylor kind of going at the teeth of this defense. You know, this is something Jake Spavital talked about in the meeting, the way that this defense, I mean, they're designed to stop the run. A lot of beef, a lot of big guys in in the middle. We expected them to be testing the edges, get those big guys running a little bit more and tire them out.
Speaking of edges, keep an eye on Tyler Batty, 92. He slips, allowing Robertson some time to step up, and Robertson will dive across the line to make. That's close to the marker, and they will give him the first down.
Just what the doctor ordered, and this is one where coaches on the sideline are just go. Okay, all right, good job. They say just get vertical, but Sawyer Robertson took a chance, saw where the sticks were, went sideways just a little bit, and extended that ball just over the first down. But they were going for it on fourth down anyway.
Much needed. But this clock is stopped
the
here.
The previous play is under further review.
I got to check the spot.
Ruling on the field was that it was made for a first down.
Live, it looked like he got it, Robert, right?
Yeah, we'll see if there are any body parts that came down. Of course, the superimposed line is not official. You see right there, you just get vertical right there. Maybe you get it. Oh, no, he's short. I mean, well, unofficially, he looks to be short. And it looks like that 19-yard line is a line to gain, and that ball looks like it's down well before that.
That was a nice effort, though, because he was a good yard and a half behind it and used his palm to keep himself upright, give himself at least a chance at the first, but based on that look, about a half yard short. Now, so let's assume they don't give it to him. Fourth down here. Going?
There is no question. I mean, you already went once. Look, I mean, you missed it, of course, but down 21-0, you need this. You got to go on fourth down. You're not kicking a field goal here.
We saw Northwestern down, what was it, 21-2 last week, kick a field goal? So,
well,
anything is possible here.
Yeah, it's possible. Not likely, though, right? In the multiverse, anything's possible. You kind of hit me with that one earlier.
All right, so while they review this, 20 seconds remain in the first quarter.
After further review, the ball carrier was down with the ball at the 19.5-yard line. It will be fourth down.
And remember, this Baylor offense, they've had trouble in the trenches, particularly in the middle. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of play call gets dialed up here. Maybe get Sawyer Robertson on the edge with some sort of run-pass option, because quite frankly, the BYU defense and the way that those guys are built, particularly on the interior of that defensive line, I don't know if you want to take your chances running right up in there.
5 for 11 on the season, 0 for 1 today on fourth down. 8.5 yard. Empty set. Now they'll send Washington in motion. Robertson on a design run all the way to the house. They needed a half yard. They got 19, and a much-needed score for Baylor at the end of the quarter.
Boy, identical to the call that Sawyer Robertson scored on a week ago. They bring the jet motion, and he runs right up the middle with a little bit of a hurdle. Just what the doctor ordered. That's exactly what this team needed right now. Going for it on fourth down and converting and getting 6 out of it.
Robertson, who had 9 rushes for 82 yards, including a 45-yard touchdown run last week against Colorado. That gave Baylor a 24-10 lead at the time. It looked like they were on their way to cementing a victory. Today, they just needed this to get off the mat.
Yeah, and I know BYU saw this play a week ago with that same motion and may have expected it, but you could see Harrison Taggart not able to fill from that linebacker spot, and the athleticism from Robertson looking smooth with the hurdling action there. Yeah, the Baylor track coach out here on the field before the game, impressed with those hurdling skills. But that's awesome. I mean, you just love to see that, though, right? I mean, a team goes down 21-0. You know, you had turned one over previously deep in your own territory. You had not converted on a fourth down 21-0. The offense, like, hey man, this game's far from over. Just the end of the first quarter. This is nothing, but they're going to need that defense to be much more physical and intense.
Well, frankly, anything from the baseline that we've seen today would be an improvement. See if this gets returned. And it will be. And that'll take us to the end of the quarter as Marion is cut down at the 15-yard line. So at least a special teams play here to punctuate the quarter for Baylor after they allowed 21 points to begin the afternoon. They're off the mat. It's 21-7 after one here in Waco.
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future through the Chase mobile app. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help from JP Morgan Wealth Plan. Let's go, Whiskers. Gen Y is working with a banker to budget for her birthday. You only turned 30 once. And Gen Z, her credit's golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Come on, let's go. Get off your... Touchdown!
Mountain Dew.
Febreze. Hi, I use Febreze Fade Defy Plug.
And I use this.
Febreze has a microchip to control scent release, so it smells first day fresh for 50 days.
50 days?
And its refill reminder light means I'll never miss a day of freshness. Febreze Plug.
October baseball. It's different. It's history. Making it, breaking it, rewriting it. It's putting your money to work. Giving your city what they've earned. The wild card playing for keeps. Yeah, October's different. The NLDS begins on Fox and FS1.
Discover Mercedes at Mercedes-Benz of Boise. Discover the luxury, discover the engineering, and discover that you can afford your very own. Right now, drive a new Mercedes C300 for just $459 a month, or choose rates as low as 1.99% for 72 months. Discover your dream vehicle at Mercedes-Benz of Boise, a Lyle Pearson dealership. Peace of mind since 1969.
Cash in on the football action with Underdog, just by picking higher or lower on 2 or more players on stats like yards, touchdowns, and receptions to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Now available in 33 states. Join the millions of Underdog customers who have won billions just by playing along. Sign up today with promo code Billy to get a free pick. Higher, lower, it's your call. All on Underdog.
Strong start to the season for BYU. Back in the poll for the first time in a couple of years. 4-0 record, best since 2021. Of course, they were independent for a while, but this team could absolutely be a contender for the Big 12 title. It looks like this league is wide open to begin the season.
Yeah, no question about it. And, you know, you use that analogy as we were going to break, getting off the mat for this Baylor defense, and that was the analogy that Dave Aranda used talking about UFC. He says that BYU wants to get you on the mat. We'll see if this defense can get off the mat on this drive.
That's a good start. Just one on first down.
And it's just different, man. Like, you can tell the way that defense played early in this game. And look, I know it's just a little short handoff, but just seeing the level of intensity and hearing the pads pop, being back in this game, now only down 21-7, you can say a little life in this Baylor team, particularly this defense.
Backup center into the game. Connor Pay is out. This pass is incomplete. Crossing pattern intended for Chase Roberts.
Carl Williams on the defense right there, all fired up. And now they're getting a little rotation for that pass rush on third down. And, you know, we talked about it earlier and just kind of how soft they were playing defensively and not matching routes very aggressively. You can just see a completely different look from this defense right now. See if they can get off the field.
Sonny Macasini, you see there, he is usually the right guard. He's been moved to center here, so something's happened to Connor Pay. On third down, pass caught. On the slant, Roberts. And he will get a first down out of this. Pickup of 10. And BYU will move the sticks again.
We talked about Roberts. You see him lined up here in the slot. I mean, this guy's 6'4". Watch him reach back and not break stride at all. Pass a little bit behind him, but that's the kind of talent that Roberts has. Able to just snag that ball, keep moving, and get just enough for the first down.
From the 21 with Kingston motioning in the backfield. They'll hand it off to Haunga. And he'll get to the 29-yard line. Gain of 3 on first down. And an injury here for Baylor at the end of the play. Looks like one of their linemen maybe crumpled over here. Catch a number on who this was, but immediately the training staff will take a look. And we'll take a look and come back to Waco after this.
Today, we accomplished nothing. I mean it, not a thing. And it was kinda everything. Life's a trip. Make the most of it at Best Western.
Future-proof your home and garden with AARP today. Harvest the rewards for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
6 pieces of chicken, 4 sides, and biscuits? That's a big deal.
Now this is the type of deal Dad loves.
All this for $20? I tried to make it 21.
Legendary.
Get your own big deal for $20. Coach Prime and KFC, we back, baby. Yeah.
This one is for you.
At Dots, an ordinary pretzel just isn't enough, so they add savory seasoning and tempting buttery flavor into every delicious twist. Now that's enough to make you build an all-pretzel pantry with a biometric security system. Dots, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
This Skinny Pop is so delicious.
And only 3 simple ingredients.
I never have to stop.
Thomas, hold my calls and my texts.
Got it.
And my emails. Don't leave.
Skinny Pop, endlessly delicious.
Alonzo and the Mets look to lock up a wild card spot against the NL Central champion Brewers. Or the Twins fight for their playoff lives against Henderson and the Orioles. It's baseball night in America on Fox.
Good to see the 6th-year senior Matt Jones back on his feet, leading tackler for Baylor this season. At the MAC linebacker position, 44 tackles, 32 of them solo. Both second best in the Big 12. Trey Rucker at Oklahoma State having a heck of a year.
Yeah, and he's one of 13 members of this Baylor Bear team that have already graduated. You know, they talk about him being the source for that emotional energy. I mean, he's been around for a long time, as you mentioned. This matters to him. I'm sure they'd love to have him back on the field.
Could have a blitz coming here. Instead, they will back off a bit. That's a physical stop on Haunga. Getting upended across the 30-yard line, limiting him to a gain of 2.
Yeah, number 20, Devin Lemire. Another one of those graduates on the defense. And you see him tracking, right? I love the way that he played that, playing nice and physical, but he's matching the stride of the ball carrier, but keeping that relation, that inside-out position, and then making the tackle.
I don't love when some of these guys try to hurdle. It can be really dangerous if you get upended and land in the wrong way.
Okay, Mom.
Pressure coming. First down here. I just look at that and I'm like, okay, that looks fun. cool, and then what happens when your feet get taken out from under you and land on your head? That's why I don't play this game. That's why you did.
No, I agree with you, though. Hey, calculated risks, right? You got to understand. Sometimes you try it, sometimes you don't.
Anyway, a first down here for BYU as I get off my soapbox.
I don't like you being up on that soapbox, Alex. It's dangerous.
It happens from time to time. At the 40-yard line. Retzloff to pass. Time running out, and he gets to his check down, Haonga. What a beautiful play in the end. Haonga staying ready, picks up 9.
Boy, and the hallmark of this Dave Aranda defense, you don't know who that fourth rusher is going to be, and this time it comes from the linebacker spot, and Retzloff just able to get that thing off in the nick of time. He doesn't like to expose his defense. You know, we talk about the too high look, and we talk about bringing 4. He generally doesn't bring a 5th rusher, but you never know who that 4th rusher is going to be with the simulated pressures that he shows.
Retzloff now over 100 passing yards. Again, it's the freshman in Haonga fighting for a couple of extra yards. And it'll be 3rd down here.
You got to be careful here if you're the Baylor defense. We know we've seen one trick play.
They are going to give him the first. Oh. Wow, the nose of the ball is right at midfield. No review on the spot, though. Okai Haonga, true freshman. You mentioned Seonin Moa, another freshman being out. And so Haonga's getting a number of touches here. Another one here for Namahine. And he'll rumble across the 45-yard line into Baylor territory. A gain of 6 on first down.
Boy, I love this run by Namahine right here. Just kind of pinballing his way through it. The biggest guy at 5'10", 205 pounds, but just finding those creases on the edges and keeping those legs churning, picking up those extra yards. It's a great position for this BYU offense, and as a play caller, if you're Aaron Roderick, this is opportunity potentially to take a shot because you're in such a good shape after first down.
Retzloff looking downfield, taking a shot. It's caught. Lassiter. Touchdown BYU, 44 yards.
Great route, excellent throw, and a better dance after the end. And see him working from this outside position, and those safeties have got their eyes on the inside. And this is really that quarters kind of beater, that skinny post. And Reggie Bush, the second, just not able to get his depth quickly enough to stay with Lassiter. We got to get a close-up of that foot action on that dance.
Not quite foot loose, but still. Extra point is good.
Great call.
3rd score of the season.
One of these friends can order whatever she wants from the menu. The other has food allergies. You do your best to avoid food allergens, but accidents can still happen. Xolair is an FDA-approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions from accidental food exposures. Taken once or twice a month, it focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods.
Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. Tell your doctor if you ever had anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have trouble breathing or if you have swelling of your throat or tongue. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Xolair is for maintenance use to reduce allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, while avoiding food allergens. Serious side effects such as cancer, fever, muscle aches and rash, parasitic infection, or heart and circulation problems have been reported.
Help reduce food allergy reactions if an accident happens. Ask an allergist about Xolair.
I'm the Modelo Recruiter, and I'm looking for fans with good hands and great speed. The ones who stay focused and never miss a play. They go the distance on game day, even when their team is away. I'm always watching, always looking to reward more full-time fans. Because football isn't really football without you.
There is nothing like a Wendy's Frosty. It's cool. It's creamy. It's only $1 right now. Wait, what? The one and only Frosty is $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Whoa, it's the Capital One Bank guy. That's me.
So, what do you do outside of the Capital One Cafe?
What do you mean? No fees on checking accounts and no overdraft fees help me sleep at night. What's in your wallet?
J.D. Vance and Tim Walz face off. Shannon Bream anchors special Fox coverage, the CBS News vice presidential debate on Fox.
Welcome back to Waco. We're going to take a look at that last touchdown to Darius Lassiter. And Reggie Bush II, no relation to the USC running back. You can see the relation right here. I mean, he has got to get depth much sooner. You have to understand you're playing that type of off coverage with that bail technique. You know, the way what defensive coaches say, depth is leverage. Leverage is power. You have got to get that depth quickly and understand the matchup that you're in. If it's a guy that you know has better speed, you got to get moving a lot earlier.
I firmly believe that this team, and a little bit of pushing and shoving here after the whistle, especially on defense, feels a little bit in between because they've been burned by so many penalties. And it might be a little bit in their heads right.
There's no question about it. And Dave Aranda talked to us about kind of walking that delicate line of, hey, you know, you got to tear into guys versus, you know, you don't want them thinking, hey, I'm bad, I can't do that. And, you know, the bottom line is it takes repetitions, and you got to have guys that can just play ball. You got to go out there and do it. You can't have the paralysis by analysis and guys just getting their feet stuck.
Robertson back to work. Pass batted down. Great play defensively by Mark Collins.
Well, I just didn't understand that at all. Sawyer Robertson, he hitched 2 or 3 times there and just waited on that throw and just gave the defender an opportunity, Mark Collins, to come up and make that play. He's got zone eyes on that, watching Robertson's eyes the whole time.
Robertson again. This time he'll step up and take off. And he'll slide across the 45-yard line to move the sticks. Gain of 11.
And much better that time, right? Like, it's so easy for us to sit up here and say what quarterback should do. I mean, you just have to go out and play. You got to make those quick decisions. You have more time than you think and less time than you think. Running back coach used to always say that. So what does that mean? He said, you'll figure it out.
Robertson again. And he'll cut it back. Take a hard shoulder and be brought down to the ground. Crew Wakely delivering the body blow. The redshirt senior. Gain of 3.
We really just have not seen that run game. I know that Jake Spavital, he's been talking about this offensive line. We know there's been some new players, some shuffling around. They really have not been able to establish the run thus far.
Robertson. Oh, running back screen, and Dominic Richardson could not hang on. 3rd down. It's a catchable ball.
Well, no question about it. I mean, Richardson knows that he's got to make this catch. Does a nice job sitting down where he's supposed to be. You see Sawyer Robertson getting just enough elevation on that ball to get over the defenders. You got to pull that thing in, and now you're in a 3rd and 7 situation. You certainly shouldn't be here.
Hawkins in motion. On 3rd down, Robertson chased down and sacked by Wakely. Former high school quarterback delivering some punishment. And it's 4th down.
Credit defensive coordinator Jay Hill for dialing up the pressure, but this is all on Bryson Washington. He's going to slide over from the running back spot and try and make this stop. Just not able to get over there. Excuse me, that was Dawson Pendergrass. but you got to bow up, man. You see that blitz coming. You know your quarterback's there. You're so close to him because you're stepping across him. You got to bow up and stop that progress.
Kingston to field this punt at the 22. And they'll pick up 1, maybe 2 yards on the return. Big time struggles for the Baylor offensive line continue. And Crew Wakely with the sack.
What did you say on that? My name is John.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the Ozempic Trizone. Ozempic. I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm under 7.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost some weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
Ask about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
Future-proof your home and garden with AARP today. Harvest the rewards for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
I'm a musician full-time. I lead worship on Sunday mornings and I also gig on the weekends. This work fills my cup every single day that I get to do it. Working with Thrivent on my debt from the past has allowed me to focus on the things most important to me, like spreading my joy for music with others. It feels awesome to know that I don't have anything holding me back.
Looking for a reason to try the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5. That's everything you get with the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV. And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
Rescue High Surf, all new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
Coming up on the State Farm Halftime, the Big Noon Kickoff crew heads to Orlando. Can Coach Prime and Colorado come up with another miracle? And we'll ask who has the edge in tonight's massive Georgia-Alabama showdown. Alex and Robert, we'll see you at the half.
All right, Mike. Let's see, this Colorado team, boy, they got this Baylor team when they were slipping up late. 24-10 lead last week in Boulder for the Bears, but could not hang on, and now they're taking it on the chin against BYU. Cougars take over from their own 24. Retzlaff pumps, throws on first down. Lassiter unable to reel it in. In coverage, Devin Lemire for Baylor.
Yeah, all kinds of guys in coverage. Really had triple coverage on Lassiter after the last touchdown. Deep throw. Lemire was back there. Carl Williams was back there. Corey Gordon was in the area. It's one of those Retzlaff's. I just want to take another chance for that deep ball. I'm going to throw it up even though there's triple coverage.
Roberts to set up in the backfield. Hand it off to Nawahine. And we'll get a couple of yards. But it'll be a 3rd and long for BYU. They are 3 for 3 to start the afternoon.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity if you're Baylor, right? Bring Jackie Marshall in along that defensive line. Kind of hard to believe him being 6'3", 290, former linebacker, all the way back in 22, hurt in the spring of 23. But he's got some juice. He's got some twitch in him. Big body guy that can get home. So watch him in this obvious passing situation in that defensive line.
Number 0 missed all last year with an ACL. They pick up the blitz, shovel pass, but that won't get them the first down. And so the Baylor defense comes up with a much-needed stop. Keanu Hill diving ahead for 5. And let's see, they are going to send the punt unit on.
They were sending that punt unit on late, right? Half expected them to go for it. Risky move up 28-7, but you never know. And you never know if they're going to punt it. Hey, we got fake coming.
Sam Vanderhaar, who's been elevated to the leading role at punter. Aussie, former Pitt Panther, fielded at the 25. And Josh Cameron out across the 40, ripped down across the 40-yard line by John Nelson. Just over 5.5 to go in the half here. Well, families affected by Hurricane Helene urgently need your help. You can help the American Red Cross provide meals and shelter to these families. We ask you to donate today by going to redcross.org, or you can call 1-800-RED-CROSS. A lot of people across the South and Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas needs your support. Baylor will start with a short field here at their own 43-yard line. Sawyer Robertson, 5 of 11 for 92 yards. He's also run for 31, but his best starting field position this afternoon. Handoff, and it's Jamal Bill. Beg your pardon. It is Bryson Washington into plus territory. Gain of 11, first down for the Bears.
The run.
Going tempo, swing pass. Hal Presley had his feet look like caught underneath one of the corners. It looked like Mark Collins there as he was trying to set some protection there. Second down and 9 up now.
Yeah, and Jake Spavital, the offensive coordinator, what you saw on that last play, identical to what we had seen with the pullers. They go with a little bit of gap pass, which means you get guys pulling with the play action, then try and get that throw to the outside.
Baldwin in motion. Robertson facing a 4-man front. Rolls to his right. Calls out a receiver and connects along the sideline for a first down. It's Cameron.
Good decision by Sawyer Robertson. You can see him going through his reads on the front side. Rolls out, makes a nice throw to Josh Cameron.
Gain of 19.
Well, he took a shot on that one too, man. Tough as nails.
Robertson, pocket collapsing, steps up, tucks and runs, stiff arm across the 25 and out across the 20. I know Robertson's main feature may not be his legs, but he's showing them off today.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Jack Kelly, he's a guy they think may be playing at the next level eventually. Redshirt junior forced a fumble last week, and Robertson's like, get off! He touches that face mask, but gets his hand off of that quickly. And you just love this play from Sawyer Robertson. This is what quarterbacks need to do. When things are bad, your quarterback's got to be at his best.
And off to Washington. Slips the initial wave. That's a physical tackle at the 18-yard line. Isaiah Moa, redshirt sophomore, one of 2 Moa brothers in the secondary for BYU. It's a 3rd down and 1. Robertson's playing with some swagger this afternoon as well, even after the interception on the opening drive.
Watch catcher on Jackson lined up.
Robertson takes another hit to the end zone, a tie-up and a flag. And this will go against BYU.
And it was catcher on Jackson, singled up. A nice job with the formation. No opportunity to double him. Nice move off of the line.
Pass interference. Defense number 4. A foul occurred in the end zone. By rule, the ball was placed at the 2-yard line. Automatic first down.
Maury Bamba coming off injury to begin the season. First team corner most of last year. Big mistake here.
Yeah, Jay Hill, defensive coordinator, told us Bamba's not 100%. Kind of surprised. You want to expose a corner like that you know is not 100% without any sort of safety help. Sometimes you just got to do it.
Robertson dives at the 1. Second out and goal. Over DeMooney there.
And I'm sure the Baylor defense doesn't necessarily mind that, right? They don't want the quick score, burn off a little bit of time, give those guys a little bit more of a rest. And you can see the full shift change there along that defensive front and at the linebacker spot for BYU.
Keep an eye on 16, Isaiah Glasker. Robertson, the pass, caught for the touchdown. Cameron, and Baylor is right back in this game.
Well, we talked about the ability of Sawyer Robertson to identify the coverage that was appropriate for those back shoulder throws. Nice throw right there. Little fake to the inside. Josh Cameron, we've talked so much about him. You see him in the return games. A guy that can just do anything. Nice move off the line of scrimmage. Get the defender to stop his feet and get that back shoulder throw.
Extra point is good from Isaiah Hankins, the redshirt junior. 28-14.
Nice quick catch and throw. Prassis in on the coverage. Remember, he's a true freshman at that cornerback spot. Just gave way too much space on the outside to Josh Cameron. Don't watch his feet. Watch his hips. His hips are going to tell you where he's going to go.
7 plays, 57 yards. There was a flag for offside on the extra point. Obviously, Baylor declining. So 2:10 to go in the half of the 2-minute timeout. Both teams with all 3 timeouts here. Ourselves a game. Looked like it was going to be a runaway for BYU out to a 21. But it's 28-14, and keep in mind it will be Baylor ball to begin the second half.
Oh, big opportunity. We had seen that defense rise up on that last drive. See an opportunity here, and maybe with the 3 timeouts for Baylor, and of course the 2-minute timeout that we now have in college football, an opportunity to double up. Points at the end of the first half, beginning of the second.
BYU scored touchdowns on their first 4 drives, but the Baylor defense forcing a 3-and-out, the last defensive series. And given that context and the timeout situation, this is a huge inflection point in the game for Baylor.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we've talked about Dave Aranda kind of protecting the back end of that defense. But if you try and get a little bit riskier here, maybe bring that 5th rusher on a first down, try and create a negative play, eventually hoping for a 3rd and long situation and getting the ball back here.
Handoff Nawahine met at the point of attack. Forced himself ahead for another couple of yards. Boy, is he physical or what? 5:10, 2:05. Timeout is called. And that is the 2-minute timeout. 28-14. BYU in front in Waco.
Tom Brady, the broadcaster? Guy's got everything in the world. Why do it? Tommy, why?
Yeah, Tommy. Why don't you lay on a beach getting fat on pina coladas? Why not buy a soccer team? Got one. Dude, why would they ask why? What are they even talking about? Kid, what they're really asking is, why don't you quit football? They don't understand that you live and breathe for football. Because you're Tom freaking Brady.
And one day, you'll be the greatest there ever was.
Back to work.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling in RA and PSA, relieve fatigue, and stop further joint damage. And in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
AbbVie could help you save.
Check out Mahomes' top 3 plays of the day. He scrambles into T-Mobile to get that new iPhone 16 Pro on us. It's a little shimmy, shimmy, shake. What you think, Kyle?
It's like he's chasing an ice cream truck.
Ice cream! He got his iPhone 16 Pro, the first iPhone built for Apple Intelligence.
Cuz holding it up like a baby lion.
Homie takes those T-Mobile savings and calls it a day.
Respect.
Now at T-Mobile.com, get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
If itty-bitty value meals from other places could talk, they'd talk like this.
If Arby's $7 double meats meal could talk, it'd talk like me. Arby's, we have the meats.
BYU has always produced good quarterbacks. Jim McMahon, the legend.
Jim McMahon was my quarterback with the Vikings my freshman rookie year.
Of course, Steve Young, the Heisman runner-up.
Look at those shark shoes, man. You see those shark? The soft bottoms, we used to call those the Cadillacs, man. The starters, we'd wear those on Fridays like everybody else is taking the reps. I'm putting my Cadillacs on today.
Of course, Jaron Hall, Zach Wilson. Recently, Jake Retzlaff here, and he completes underneath for a first down across the 40-yard line as Lassiter is wrestled down by Keaton Thomas, who enters the day third in the Big 12 in solo tackles. Still, both teams with all 3 timeouts. Clock, of course, stops briefly to move the chains inside of 2 minutes. Jake Retzlaff, who they've asked him to do a lot. They put a lot on his plate, perhaps even more than Zach Wilson or Jaron Hall at this juncture of their respective careers. Empty set here. And on the crossing pattern, it's Roberts across midfield. He gets decked by Corey Gordon Jr., but a gain of 10 right at the sticks, and it'll be a first down for BYU.
And we talked about some of the problems that Baylor's had on the back end of that defense. Playing just a little bit soft. Again, you just can't think too much out there. You got to go out and play. You just cannot give that kind of room at the cornerback spot in a situation like this.
Retzlaff to pass again. Blitz comes. Retzlaff steps up in the pocket, gets away. First down across the 35.
You have got to be disciplined when you're rushing Jake Retzlaff. Keaton Thomas comes on the blitz there. You can't run past the quarterback depth. You've got to contain a guy like that. Not known for his running ability, but certainly can do it.
Retzlaff is now the leading rusher for BYU as we're inside the final minute of the half. A little bit of extracurricular stuff after the whistle. Keelan Marion not happy with DJ Coleman there. Clock stops with 47 seconds. Play clock still running here. A bit of blood on Coleman's shirt, it looks like. BYU 100 yards passing and 100 yards rushing. As the play clock winds down, Retzlaff pumps, slings it to the outside. Lassiter trying to spin away, cannot. Made the catch in the flat and could not advance beyond the grasp of Carl Williams. And with 38 seconds left, timeout is called.
Or as a defensive coordinator, deciding whether to use your timeouts on defense to give your offense an opportunity, or do you allow more time for the offense Of course, they decided not to call those timeouts, and now with the 3rd and 13, may have an opportunity to force a field goal or get this ball back with a little bit of time. But I'm just thinking Dave Aranda at this point doesn't want to do anything risky. He'd be more than happy to see this game go into half at 28-14 or at the worst 31-14.
So after the incompletion intended for Roberts, a loss of 3 with Lassiter, it's 3rd down and 13. With 40 seconds remaining in the half, Baylor with all 3 timeouts. And right on the cusp of field goal range, if not in it already for BYU. Retzlaff talks and is tackled. This sets up an interesting call as well. Kyler Jordan, that outside linebacker, making the tackle for Baylor. 32 seconds left in the half. And the Bears call a timeout. We'll add a few seconds back on the clock. So from here, it'd be about a 51-yard field goal. Will Farron's career long is 50. Kalani Sitake's team, who said that win last week, that upset over K-State, surprised a lot of people. Remember, this team was picked to finish 13th out of 16 in the conference. A lot of pundits predicted it would be a slog to get to bowl eligibility this season. One thing, though, that the players, the coaches didn't say this, but the players pointed out to us, they've been underdogs in every game. They know. 4th down and 12. They will go for the field goal. It'll be a 54-yard attempt for Will Farron, which would be a career long.
Watch the low ball when they try and drive it out a little bit longer. Opportunity for a block.
Farron's kick has the distance, and it is good. He drilled it.
Man, that thing might have been good from 60.
So career long for Farron, just the second he's hit in his career from 50-plus.
Nice snap, nice hold. Didn't even kick up any of the rubber from the field there. Caught it cleanly. Picked it off of the turf, like you with your sweet 9-iron.
You haven't seen my golf game lately.
How about your tennis game?
Okay, then we're talking.
Have you played quiet tennis?
What is that?
It's like regular tennis, but without the racket.
I've never heard of that.
You missed the joke.
That's a new activity.
You missed the joke.
I mean, there are some people. Listen, I'm not in on the pickleball thing in New York, so maybe this thing is going on there too. I don't know.
Quiet tennis, regular tennis, but without the racket.
I mean,
the noise.
They got to invent quiet pickleball first. Then we're talking.
I can die a happy man now, everybody.
Got him. Congratulations. This will be a touchback. Baylor with 2 timeouts, half a minute remaining in this first half. You mentioned for Dave Aranda, probably going to kneel it out here, considering they'll get the ball back.
I mean, we saw the first drive, right? They had a ball tipped and had the interception early in the game, in your own territory. No, he's not risking this thing here. Sometimes you may say in a situation like this, well, let's see how the first play goes, but I just don't expect a lot from Baylor at this point. BYU only 2 timeouts. They can't get the ball back if you don't want them to get it back. Just don't do anything crazy.
They'll line up in the gun. Robertson is going to pass here and has time and completes underneath to Washington. And he'll scamper out of bounds to stop the clock with 24 seconds left in the half. Setting up a 2nd down and 4.
Well, Isaiah Hankins, his career long, 54, which we just saw Will Farron make for BYU. You got a lot of work, though, to even get in field goal range.
Late blitz. Pass is reeled in along the near side into plus territory. It's Presley. 18 seconds. Timeout called by Baylor. 24 yards on the reception.
Well, that's why I'm up in the booth making dad jokes. Well, Nick Spavital's down there calling the big plays, and we see Hal Presley lined up on the outside here, and so many times, the defense is just trying to get in a position where they can make that tackle in bounds, and that's that little cover 2 void right there. Sawyer Robertson, throw that with anticipation and get the proper trajectory on it. And nice sticky hands or sticky gloves from Hal Presley making the fingertip catch.
And again, Baylor will have the ball to begin the second half, but already into plus territory on this drive. Robertson now with 143 yards passing on the day, who had the go-ahead touchdown in the fourth quarter, give Baylor a 31-24 lead with under 6 minutes to go against Colorado. That was a big one. Guy coming off of injury from last season.
This is a perfect opportunity. With 18 seconds left, you're probably going to have a couple opportunities. Go for a double move here potentially for the big shot.
Good protection for Robertson as they pick up the blitz, and he'll throw this away. It's an incomplete pass. I don't know if there's any little discussion there on grounding here, but I guess they say somebody was in the area.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. I know he was out. It seemed like he was outside of the tackle box. He may have gotten the ball across the line of scrimmage as well. So.
Yeah. So I guess he broke the pocket, and as a result, the play was legal. So 11 seconds now. From the 45, Robertson.
There you go.
Hawkins at the 35. And as you said, I mean, this is right in the range of Isaiah Hankins. Gain of 12. Timeout called. You hit this, you make it a 2-score game, you head to the half, you have the ball to begin the second. All things considered, the way the game was going in the first quarter, not a bad position.
No, it certainly isn't, and it's a confidence boost for this team as well, I think. Especially the way this thing had started off, down 21-0, to be in a position here. An opportunity for that late field goal, and as we've talked about, getting the ball to start that second half. Really not bad at all. I'm sure they're going to get a bit of a tongue lashing when they get to the locker room, and I think they probably have had one on the sideline. They know what they need to do. I mean, it's funny, talking to Jake Spavital, like, that's what you get with young players sometimes. You just have to fight through that. Watch the emotional swings, just get them to go out and play.
50-yarder for Hankins.
Short.
It is short. Tough to I don't think that got tipped, right?
I don't think it got tipped. I mean, I'm no kicking expert, Alex, but I think he might have just gotten under this one just a little bit too much. A little bit too much loft.
So a missed opportunity for Baylor to make it a 2-score game. Instead, we hit the half. 31-14 BYU. After the break, we'll get you to Mike Hill and the guys in Los Angeles for the State Farm halftime.
Welcome to Hampton by Hilton. Big game tomorrow. You guys ready?
Oh, we're ready, Gus.
Which way's our room?
Bring it in. 301, 2 queens, best sleep guaranteed.
So comfy.
Nailed it. 1, 2, 3.
Bravo! Syrup.
You're hungry for the win. Big time.
When you're playing to win, it matters where you stay. Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future through the Chase mobile app. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help from JP Morgan Wealth Plan. Let's go, Whiskers. Gen Y is working with a banker to budget for her birthday.
You only turned 30 once.
And Gen Z, her credit's golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
New Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
It's more magic than ever. With the scrubbing power of Magic Eraser and the cleaning power of Dawn,
Watch it make soaps come here, disappear.
And watch how sprays can leave grime like that. With up to 10 times the cleaning power, foamy melts it on contact.
Magic. It makes this ring a thing of the past. Makes you forgetty about baked on spaghetti.
New Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser. Clean with more magic than ever.
Future-proof your home and garden with AARP today. Harvest the rewards for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Hey.
Get off your...
Show off.
Mountain Dew.
What if the promise of better work wasn't just something we dreamed about, but something we found?
This might be the one.
Or better yet,
No way!
something that found us.
I got the interview.
Italian sausage, bacon, and pepperoni for only $8.99. That's the lowest price in 3 meat pizzas. Right, Professor Amon-Ra?
Meat plus meat plus meat equals...
The 3-meat treat. Order for $8.99 and get your game day delivered with Little Caesars.
Pizza.
Welcome to the State Farm FS1 College Football Halftime Show. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey there, inside our Los Angeles studios, Mike Hill along with Chris Peterson and Bruce Feldman. We'll get you back out for the second half between BYU and Baylor shortly. But first, we look ahead with our State Farm halftime highlights. You don't want to miss this, 3:30 Eastern. Coach Prime and Colorado coming off that big overtime win against Baylor, going for their 3rd straight win as they visit UCF. Then tonight at 11, it's 8th-ranked Oregon battling UCLA. You can catch all the action on Fox. For a preview of Colorado and UCF, here's Rob Stone, the Big Noon Kickoff crew.
The biggest crowd in Big Noon kickoff history here at UCF, getting ready for this top-of-the-table Big 12 showdown. Colorado, UCF. Matt, for you, it's all about the defenses.
Yeah, I think potent offenses, but both defenses are going to have a challenge today. UCF's defense facing Shedeur Sanders and one of the best in pass attacks, Mark, in the country. Can they get to him? They only have 1 sack all year. And then for Colorado's defense, facing the #1 rushing attack, that stable of backs, KJ Jefferson, can they get off the field on 1st and 2nd down?
Like you said, man, it will be paramount for Colorado to slow down this rushing attack. They've been giving up 150 yards per game, and you got R.J. Harvey coming to town and getting bouncy in the bounce house. This place is going to be electric, and it must be paramount if they want to have success today for this defense to be big in the run game.
I agree about stopping the run game or the #1 rush attack. You know what comes with that, Brady? A great play action opportunity. Right. KJ Jefferson has a big day against the CU defense.
I think the difficulty too for CU, these conditions, hot, humid, do they have the depth? We talk about Travis Hunter, all the plays he plays. This is a different challenge for Colorado, I think. Yes, there'll be plays to be made in the passing game, but that rushing attack, R.J. Harvey, the stable back, KJ Jefferson, it's going to be too much, in my opinion, for Colorado. I think it's a tight game, fun, high-scoring game, but you're going to see UCF take care of business.
Home field and home weather advantage will play a big one. This crowd, man. They're ready.
UCF, Gus Malzahn, they have an amazing offense, especially running the ball. Best rushing attack in the nation, but Colorado coming off that amazing, near miraculous overtime win against Baylor. So what's on the line for Colorado against UCF today?
Well, I think it starts today for bowl eligibility. They were similar last year, 3-1, and what's going to happen going forward. That's what has to happen for this team, this Colorado program, take the next step. They got to get to a bowl game. And when you look at the schedule here, what they got coming, UCF today, and you can see this is some tough sledding. So they're going to have to win a game or two that they're underdogs in. That's the way they're going to have to do this, because they got to get to 6 wins to get to a bowl game. And that's the next step, in my opinion, for this program.
Yeah, I agree. Look, if they get bullied in this game, but this run game that UCF has, you have a bye week coming off.
and it's like, oh, God, here we go again. That's the question for Deion's program. Because I think, remember, they were a 1-win team and awful before he got there. 4 wins last year after the fast start. The other subplot to this, to me, is I think Travis Hunter is the best player, the most outstanding player in the country. I think if right now, he would be my top Heisman guy.
Yeah.
He can't win a Heisman if he's on a 4-8, 5-7 team. Deion, we know Deion loves him and Shedeur and his guys like that. If he really wants his guy to win the Heisman, he needs to get them bowl eligible.
A big word is legitimacy for both the team and for all the players on the team. We'll see what happens later today on Fox. Meanwhile, legitimate describes Georgia and Alabama. Georgia has won 45 or 47 games since 2021. There are only 2 losses in this span to Alabama. Tonight in Tuscaloosa, these 2 SEC powers meet yet again. Tom Rinaldi sat down with Georgia head coach Kirby Smart earlier this week.
The Dogs have done it and won a 2nd consecutive national title.
Kirby, 2 national titles, you play for a 3rd. What's the greatest challenge to building that?
Sustaining that. I mean, building it's one thing, but sustaining it is much tougher.
What's the blessing of it? What's the burden of it?
I probably only feel and sense the burden because I don't look at it as being above someone else. The burden that comes with it is a responsibility to make sure your team and your organization is prepared. And I embrace that burden.
All the you went through this week to get ready for this game, now is when you pay the price. Go out here and
Some of the pregame or halftime speeches made their way into the public domain. What do you think you sound like when you hear them later?
Passionate.
You're gonna play the right way. You play the right way.
Emotional.
It's about who the we are. I believe in you. Let's go.
You know, a lot of times you're trying to convince your team to not be too emotional, but I do think that the game of football is played with emotion and passion.
Flex, 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 flex. Go again, go again, go again, go again. Next play, next play, next play, next play.
A proof of that is anyone who's ever seen a Georgia practice. How would you describe any practice within this program?
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
Practice is meant to be complete preparation for the environment you're going to get in.
Gotta go. Outside, good. Ball.
Organization, where we're going to be, how fast we're going to do it, and don't waste moments in practice.
Georgia and Alabama, 2 great teams, get set to battle once again.
Huge week. You play Alabama. A lot's changed since the last time you played them, of course. SEC title game. When you met Nick at midfield, what did you tell him?
I made a comment that surely you can't do this forever. And if anybody could, he probably could.
You're right about one thing. I'm too old for this.
But little did I know that that would be foreshadowing for him.
Hell of a coach. Appreciate all you did for me.
One of the greatest to ever do it. Now he leaves one hell of a legacy.
What will it be like to face the Tide without him?
The Tide is still a lot of good players, and he had a hand in recruiting a lot of those. Coach DeBoer and his staff have brought in a lot of really good players through the portal. They are extremely talented still, and they've got a quarterback that's special.
Heading into this game against Alabama, what's the identity of this group that you've found?
Resilient. I mean, we've had a really resilient group. They've responded well to some adverse situations.
Play our game, we're straight. That's it. Dominate. They can't stop me even if they wanted to.
And these kids have dreams and aspirations, and we see them work so hard. And for them to realize those dreams and aspirations, it keeps me going.
It's about us. It's about our family. We attack. Make sure they know who they play today, the whole game. Let's go.
Well, the sky's the limit for this team, but humility is 1 week away.
Are you not entertained? All eyes on T-Town for tonight's Georgia-Alabama game. These 2 teams, the winningest programs over the last 5 years. They combined to win 5 of the last 9 national titles, but Alabama, they have been dominant lately. Roll Tide, winning 8 of the last 9 matchups, including 7 in a row. But once again, It's Nick Saban on the sideline for Alabama these days. So who wins tonight's game and why?
You say that Roll Tide with a lot of pride.
Yeah, a little bit.
There's a lot to like about Alabama, but I think the one thing Georgia has going for them is they didn't play real well on offense against Kentucky.
Yeah.
And Kirby Smart has had 2 weeks to stir that up and get that offense going. So it's going to be a tight one.
What is he, undefeated with a week to prepare? At least,
undefeated with a week to prepare.
I think Kirby has another thing going for him. They didn't play well at all the last time they played Alabama. They were #1 in the SEC title game. They got punched in the stomach. I think he's going to wear them out about that. Jalen Milroe's comments after the game, I think all of that is giving Kirby Smart all the venom and fuel he needs.
All that revenge. Georgia's going to be fired up coming to Tuscaloosa, but the torch officially gets passed today from Nick Saban to Kalen DeBoer. Alabama gets it done by 7. Tomorrow we've got a huge day of football on Fox at 1 Eastern. The Eagles battling the Bucs. Or at 4, the Patriots take on Brock Purdy and the Niners. Check for the game in your area only on Fox and on the Fox Sports app. Second half, college football between BYU and Baylor. It's coming up next.
Homes.com is a new, elevated home shopping experience. Beautiful design, tremendously rich content, and my favorite touch, it's the only site that always connects you to the listing agent. Feels like a work of art.
Lovely. What about the app?
Uh-oh! Look what I did. It's ringing. Hello? Hello? Hello?
They can't hear you.
Hello?
Because you glued a frame over the microphone.
I think I've glued the frame over the microphone.
Ding dong!
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
6 pieces of chicken, 4 sides, and biscuits? That's a big deal.
Now, this is the type of deal Dad loves. All this for $20? I tried to make it 21. Legendary.
Get your own big deal for $20. Coach Prime and KFC, we back, baby.
Good morning. We just changed our Southwest flight to stay an extra day. Didn't have to pay a fee.
Beautiful.
Our kids won't miss us. They're with me, Ma.
Change your flight without a fee. That's a big flex.
At Doth's, an ordinary pretzel just isn't enough. So they add savory seasoning and tempting buttery flavor into every delicious twist. Now that's enough to make you order a special delivery.
That seems like a lot.
They're really good.
Doth's, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
This Skinny Pop is amazing.
And only 3 simple ingredients.
We never have to stop.
We never have to stop.
Hey, guys, I picked up some...
Surprise!
Skinny Pop, endlessly delicious.
I'll never get used to this. I'll never get used to this. This is how I wanna live. Forever we'll be singing like, oh, I'll never get used to this. I'll never get used to this. I'll never get used to this. This is how I wanna live. Forever we'll be singing like, oh, I'll never get used to this. Clouds are rolling by. Open my mouth and I breathe them right in. Oh, I won't stop till you knock on my door.
Reserve yours at Lyle Pearson Volvo Cars, Boise.
As a contractor, I do think that TimberTech Vintage is one of the closest to wood lookalikes. You know, we've seen all kinds of decks out there, and if you actually look at this product and you see it installed, it looks fantastic. This is the cream of the crop when it comes to decking. It's a beautiful deck board, and you don't have to maintain it, and what they've done with the variegated color pattern really brings a lot of character to the deck as well. We find a lot of flexibility with house colors. There's always something that somebody can find in this lineup that works for what they're looking at.
BYU got out to a 21-0 lead. They're up by 3 scores with Lassiter in this 44-yard reception. They're up by 17. We'll be back for the second after this.
Know what's happening in college football right now? Players switching teams, teams switching conferences. It changes every second. But Big Noon, it's on the same time and same channel on every TV in the country. College football is complicated. But Big Noon, hey, hard to fan.
another health insurance commercial, another aqua aerobics scene.
Yep. Most health insurance companies see us all the same. Smiley seniors, golfing, hiking.
Don't forget antiquing.
That's why I chose Humana. They see me, not a stereotypical senior. I'm pre-diabetic, so I talked one-on-one with the Humana health educator who really helped me. Now I'm taking free cooking and meditation classes.
Not aqua aerobics.
Better care begins with listening. Humana, a more human way to health care.
Man, I wish I was out there. Let's unretire. Why not?
Guess who's back? Hey, Grandpa!
Grandpa?
I still got it.
Let's see. Hey, I need that senior discount.
I'm good right here, bro.
Should reliability be a luxury? Not when it's 20 below, or 120 above. So Hyundai tests for both extremes, which should offer some relief. Indeed, quality is not a luxury.
Wendy's took their nugs to a whole new level with sauce. Seems like everyone's trying to get their fingers on them. Stop that! When you gotta bring the sauce on game day, gotta be Wendy's.
October baseball. Yeah. It's one.
Clouds are rolling by. Open my mouth and I breathe them right in. Oh, I won't stop till you knock on my door.
Reserve yours at Lyle Pearson Volvo Cars, Boise. Reserve yours at Lyle Pearson Volvo Cars, Boise.
Morning at midnight, cougars, nocturnal animals.
Yes.
Usually not good with the daytime.
We didn't show those numbers though.
No.
Talk about that later.
Team Comparison sponsored by T-Mobile, America's largest 5G network. BYU got out to that roaring start. They're still outgaining Baylor. Bears able to move the ball, couldn't capitalize on that late possession and make it a 2-score game, but they will have the ball to begin the second half.
Yeah, and what a departure from what we saw early in the game, right? Down 21-0, really playing flat, played much better. But BYU, Jake Retzloff, I mean, he's a dangerous player, and we know that Baylor wants to protect the back end of their defense, so they're generally only bringing 4 players. Retzloff's ability to run, I think, could be really important here in the second half.
Retzloff wound up being the leading rusher for BYU in the first half. 47 yards on the ground, including a rushing touchdown. Lassiter, of course, with the big 44-yard touchdown reception. You look at his numbers on the day. Again, as we talked about, when he is on, Retzloff is one of the better arms, one of the better decision makers in the Big 12. We haven't seen any mistakes yet from Retzloff. He's been getting better week by week this season.
You know, and he credits his high school coach, Matt Logan, all the things that Matt Logan put on him as a quarterback. You know, he would just call a run that he wanted him to do, and he would have Jake decide which direction, which scheme, on pass plays, have him pick the protection. So he's really gotten into the nuances of the position and dug really deep, and you can see the fruits of those labors paying off, and even getting a little dance on the sideline.
He's also, really into the music. here at McLean Stadium.
It's awesome.
Here's Bell from the 9. Bell zigzagging across the 30-yard line. And Sawyer Robertson will come back out on the field. I thought he had a strong half, too.
Yeah, he certainly did. And touchdown run, almost identical to the touchdown run. Same play that he had against Colorado a week ago. Here we can see back shoulder throw to Josh Cameron. Really good at those throws and has a great rapport with his wide receivers and understands the capabilities of each one. And so he's able to get the best out of those guys.
The interception he threw was the only mistake. That ball batted away on the first series. This time he takes a sack. He never saw that coming. Tyler Batty says hello. One of the senior captains.
He's going to beat Abasale at that left tackle spot. And boy, you hate this. That's why it's so important. Those left tackles for a right-handed quarterback protecting that blind side. What a pleasure it was talking to Tyler Batty. And he said he's from Payson, Utah, the home of Footloose.
Well, he got loose there. Robertson sticks with it and completes in the flat, but this is going to be a loss. Washington brought down, and Crew Wakely is there. Jawing with Tyler Batty at the end of the play there. But Tyler Batty, 6th-year senior, there was a big question of whether he would return for BYU. He mulled it over for several days after the end of last season and eventually said, yeah, you know what? This is going to be a pretty good team. I'm going to stick it out one more.
Yeah, a lot of questions from him himself. 3 days going back and forth.
This is Connell on the near sideline to save the possession. Cameron with another grab. He's approaching 100 yards on the day.
Yeah, and Mark Collins in coverage on that one. Looked like he might have slipped. Coming out of his back pedal on that one and allows Josh Cameron to get open on the sideline, but a dart from Sawyer Robertson.
Stacked receivers. Robertson looks left, escapes Batty, and the pressure from BYU. Robertson rolling out and throwing this one away.
Yep. Smart decision there. Live to fight another down. It's a good job just escaping that one and not having a negative play on first down. So we've got Sidney Fugar coming in. You going at that left guard spot?
Yeah, they're going to spell Alvin Abasale. Second down, hand off inside. Richardson cracks helmets, picks up 3 yards in the end. Give him 4 with the second effort. That's up 3rd and 6.
Yeah, the second effort and the late whistle there. I'm surprised they didn't blow that one a little bit earlier, but Baylor fans liking that one. BYU fans not so much. Extra couple yards makes a huge difference as a play caller, and we talked about this. Jake Spavital, Joe DeRozio is the guy that gives that green call. We'll see what yardage.
Look out here on a corner blitz, and wound up blowing up the play. Loss of 2, 4th down. What does Baylor do here?
Punt. See them going for the punt right here. We talked about this defensive line for BYU and the pressure. Anticipation is so important for coordinators, and Jay Hill anticipates the run call and brings that blitz pressure off the side. He expects the run to go.
They're going to put the offense back out on the field here. 4th down at 8. And you know what? BYU nearly caught with an extra man.
Yeah, Parker Kingston is the punt returner. Back there counting his change.
Yeah, BYU calls a timeout, and it would have been a flag for a 12th man.
Boy, you hate to burn a timeout early in the half like that, right? But you don't want to put them in a situation where 4th and 2, almost certainly going to go for it with that field position.
Yeah, the gap is 17. So Baylor at some point needs to create something here. Whether that's a takeaway on defense or stacking a couple of stops together. Something's got to change the tenor of this game. Lots of talking things over on the sideline.
I mean, you look at BYU, though, a week ago against Kansas State. You look at that run that they had at the end of the first half and beginning of the second half, the number of points that they were able to score. And you're BYU, you're certainly not relaxed.
Baylor 1 for 2 on 4th down. They'll keep the offense on the field again. Line to make is the 40.
Try and get him to jump, get some free yards here.
4th down, 3-man rush. Robertson to pass. It is caught along the sideline. Washington, a highlight reel, tightrope grab to move the sticks.
Boy, you say they want to go in a hurry here, not give an opportunity for a review. We'll see if that foot was in.
Gain of 14, no review. Washington gets the carry, stumbles in the backfield, still picks up a yard.
I'm looking forward to seeing this one. I'm not even concerned if it was a catch or not. I just want to see it. Great athletic play. We'll take a look here and see if he's able to get that foot down. Look at that. Wow, wow, what body control. The field awareness from Bryson Washington. You know, that's tough catch for running backs in general, but to have that type of body control, contorted on the sideline, keeping that foot in, tremendous catch.
A rare one where Isaiah Glasser gets beat, but you can't blame him. To the outside, and caught by Presley, set up a 3rd down and short.
Oh, that was a towel there from Presley. I thought that might have been a flag.
A couple of gutsy plays here for Baylor on 4th down. They got the 19-yard score from Robertson on the design run earlier. Here they convert a 4th down and 8. Now a 3rd and 3. Robertson's pass batted down. At the line of scrimmage, Logan Latui. And another 4th down here.
We talked about this on a play earlier, and Latui does a nice job. You know, it's not just defenders getting their hand up, but understanding that they need to match the hand of the quarterback. And you see the style of delivery, that sidearm throw. You got to get your arm to the side. He's able to knock that one down. Here we go with the 4th down attempt.
2 for 3 this afternoon.
Watch Robertson's legs.
Roberts scanning, pumping, throwing, caught for the 1st down. Presley inside the 20, wrapped up by Wakely, but another 4th down conversion, and here they go quickly again. Gain of 12.
Boy, not easy to be patient and poised in the pocket like Sawyer Robertson was there. Everything collapsing around him, had to double clutch that ball because the defender flashed, able to make the completion.
2 big 4th down conversions on this drive. And a 1st down at the 17, handoff for Washington. And he stood up at the 15-yard line. Gain of 1 or 2 here.
Some fresh bodies coming in. Josh Cameron, Monterey Baldwin. Baldwin had the big touchdown a week ago against Colorado where he was just laid out completely. No, he's got some athleticism.
Bryson Washington, redshirt freshman. Checks out. Cameron back in. There's Baldwin in motion. On 2nd down, Robertson to pass. Throws wide open. Touchdown, Ashton Hawkins. And with an extra point, Baylor can make this a 10-point game.
But motion causes emotion, and it's that late motion sometimes confuses defense. Is he number 2? Is he number 3? And it looks like Ashton Hawkins just kind of gets lost, or the defenders get lost trying to track Ashton Hawkins, and Sawyer Robertson had a couple options there. I thought he could have gone to the middle of the field to hit the post on that, but Ashton Hawkins, nobody around him.
Rare mistake by the BYU defense, but Baylor converting 2 fourth downs on this series. One on a 4th down and 8 with this incredible catch by Washington. Then on a 4th down and 3, Presley getting loose. And it leads to 7 for the Baylor Bears. We got ourselves a game in Waco.
One of these lunches has a peanut lover's favorites. The other has a sunflower butter you packed for your son. You do your best to help them avoid food allergens, but accidents can still happen. Xolair is an FDA-approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions from accidental food exposures. Taken once or twice a month, it focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods.
Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. Tell your doctor if you ever had anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have trouble breathing or if you have swelling of your throat or tongue. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Xolair is for maintenance use to reduce allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, while avoiding food allergens. Serious side effects such as cancer, fever, muscle aches and rash, parasitic infection, or heart and circulation problems have been reported.
Help reduce your child's food allergy reactions if an accident happens. Ask an allergist about Xolair.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team.
Hey, I'm looking for a lawn. Could you point me aisle 27?
That's how a pro finishes. CJ Stroud putting up points with Milo's rewards.
He is really cleaning up.
Come on, man.
McCaffrey under pressure. Getting it same day, that's clutch. In-store, online, our Lowe's team has you covered.
How many people did you invite? It's cool. They're from Dallas.
Future-proof your home and garden with AARP today. Harvest the rewards for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
While others give you less, Domino's wants to give you more. For a limited time, when you order any 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each online, we'll upgrade one to a large for free. Get more inflation, not shrinkflation, only at Domino's.
Jalen Hurts leads the Eagles against Baker Mayfield and the Bucs, or the Patriots take on the Niners. It's a huge day of football Sunday on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59.
All of a sudden, we've got ourselves a game. 31-21 BYU, ranked for the first time in a couple years. Of course, it's a program that has long been a contender as an independent, but now in the Big 12. Last year, their first introduction to this league, finished 5-7, 2-7 in conference play. They had 50 new players on the roster, but a lot of them have grown year over year. Some of them staying an extra year, like Tyler Batty. Can they pick up that elusive first road conference win now that they're in the Big 12? Kick out of bounds. And it gives us an opportunity to tell you about Friday. Showdown on Fox College Football Fridays. Heisman candidate Dylan Gabriel and the Oregon Ducks look to prove that they're among the nation's elites. Take on Michigan State. Action kicks off Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
And it was cool hearing Kalani Sitake talk about some of those guys that made that decision to come back. And of course, in this era of the transfer portal, NIL, school like BYU and the academy, it's just a different kind of kid, but really cool hearing some of those stories.
Retzlaff completes. Oh boy, I thought he did. That was in and out of the hands of Lassiter. Man, that was a dart that he couldn't hang on.
Oh man, we saw him get the touchdown earlier, and of course he's going to want that one back, and maybe just hearing the footsteps a little bit late of Keaton Thomas coming across, but man, he lets that thing get into his body. Oh, yeah, he starts to turn that head just a little bit too early.
Safety blitz, and what it winds up doing is bringing a couple extra men onto the front. And now Wahine is brought down. Trevin Ma'ai fifth-year senior from Hawaii.
Oh, big Ma'ai, 6'5", 296 pounds on that backside. And for the first time today, we're hearing some noise out of this crowd.
BYU 3 for 5 on third down. Baylor showing blitz.
You saw them look to the sideline there. Keaton Thomas, who was going to blitz. Maybe he stays back now and they bring a different 4.
They'll just rush 3, delay the pressure. Pass off the hands of Lassiter again. Thrown a little bit behind him. It falls incomplete, and it's a 3 and out for BYU.
Well, that Baylor defense did what they needed to do, but some self-inflicted wounds, and the drop from Lassiter, and then the high throw there from Retzlaff on third down.
Their first 4 drives, all touchdowns. Then a 3 and out. Then a field goal. And now another 3 and out. And it'll be Baylor ball here. Sam Vanderhaar is going to fake it and run it. And Vanderhaar has the first down and more across midfield. BYU going into their bag of tricks. And Sam Vanderhaar, former Aussie Rules footballer, getting the first down.
Oh, you love this call right here. The Aussie Rules football player, he knows how to run that thing, man. It's so cool to see a punter like you see out of some of the punters, but he doesn't lower the shoulder at the end of it. Plenty for the first down. Called that fake punt a little bit too early.
Retzlaff to hand it off. Nawahine is swarmed at the 41-yard line. Sam Vanderhaar was elevated to the #1 punt role in week 3. Landon Rico, brother of the former great punter at BYU, Ryan Rico, now punter with the Cincinnati Bengals, was their guy earlier, but Vanderhaar, redshirt sophomore from Australia, there he is. Getting his moment.
What percentage of FBS punters are Australian, would you guess?
I'd say at least a third now, right? Yeah, there are a lot of them out there. Caught along the outside. Just inside the numbers, it's Lassiter for another first down. And BYU, they were looking like they were going to get this ball back and a 3 and out. Instead, marching into Baylor territory.
Yeah, and you love it. You love the aggression, right? We talk about sparks and the emotion and momentum in college football players and in games, and you go with that fake punt, come right back, and of course we had talked about the drop from Lassiter and Retzlaff throwing high. Now those guys are connecting and on the edge of the red zone.
Caught by Roberts. Slant.
Yeah, we haven't heard a lot out of Roberts tonight. I mean, apart from that short touchdown, with that height, you wonder at some point you're going to get another shot or get some sort of shot over the top with him.
Gain of 5 there. Another drop from Lassiter. Third down and 5 here. This has been a tough series for Darius Lassiter, redshirt senior from Chandler, Arizona. Second-generation football player. His dad played in the NFL. BYU started the afternoon 3 for 3 on third down, 0 for 3 since.
Keelan Marion lined up to the right side of the formation, manned up here.
Empty backfield, third down, pass is juggled and caught by Lassiter. Heart and throat moment after the drops earlier in the sequence. But Lassiter reels it in for a first down.
Boy, what a catch, because Matt Jones looked like, I thought Matt Jones was going to get flagged on this one with the contact earlier. Lassiter able to juggle that one and bring it in. And wide receivers, you know, they always hate the drops, right? And just get that little bit extra bit of concentration and focus after that. Make a nice, tough catch.
Aonga in the backfield now, the true freshman. And he'll get the call, trying to lower his shoulder. He says hello to Keaton Thomas. And a loss of 2.
Boy, nice job by Keaton Thomas there, getting skinny. Left guard Waylon Lapuaho was coming out to block him. Got an injury there. Looks like one of the linemen.
We'll check on the injury.
I have active psoriatic arthritis, but with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, count me. Swelling and fatigue. And it's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
There's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
This thing's in the middle of nowhere, and even if we didn't get any closer, you'd still know. It's a Jeep Grand Cherokee. The same way you know you can keep the concert going, even after the encore. Or take the whole family anywhere in it. Because when you're an original, there's only one.
Right now, get $6,000 bonus cash allowance or get 0% financing on 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Overland and Summit models. See your local Jeep brand dealer today.
Coach Prime and Shedeur Sanders lead Colorado. It's got a man! Touchdown! Against UCF today at 3:30 Eastern on Fox.
Discover Mercedes at Mercedes-Benz of Boise. Discover the luxury, discover the engineering, and discover that you can afford your very own. Right now, drive a new Mercedes C300 for just $459 a month, or choose rates as low as 1.99% for 72 months. Discover your dream vehicle at Mercedes-Benz of Boise, a Lyle Pearson dealership. Peace of mind since 1969.
Looking for a way to stretch the dollar? With Insurify, you can cut your car insurance bill in half. Getting a deal on car insurance from Insurify is super easy, and all you need is a phone and a finger. Scroll through dozens of prices and tap to switch online. That's it. No phone calls and no wasted time. It's just like searching for a flight or hotel online. Enter your car information, and Insurify does the rest. Go to Insurify and save today.
Check if you're overpaying for car insurance. Go to Insurify.com.
Waylon Lapuaho helped off the field. Baylor, or rather BYU, getting banged up on their offensive line. They're already without Jake Eichhorn at center. He was their backup. Connor Pay, starting center, left the game, and we've heard he is not going to return. So you see Sonny Macassini, 51, over the ball here. Moved over from right guard, and he is now at center for Jake Retzloff. Retzloff swings it to the outside of the feet of Miles Davis, incomplete, and it's 3rd down.
Well, that's the exact throw that Jake Retzloff told us that he struggled with, the accuracy. Sometimes that quick throws to the left. Too much thinking. You saw that throw earlier to Lassiter that Lassiter dropped. He likes to keep the heat on that thing, but if you're going to get that ball, especially to a running back, to make that a nice catchable ball.
Empty
Miles
backfield.
Davis.
Sorry, Robert. Empty backfield here on 3rd down.
I was going to say Miles Davis split all the way out to the right of the formation here.
Retzloff trying to take off, takes a hard shot. Kyler Jordan there, along with Trevin Ma'ai. Just a gain of 1, and now Baylor has forced a field goal attempt here. Just to get the lead back to 14 for Will Ferrin. He's already hit a career-long 54. This from 37. And Ferrin's kick is good. BYU getting points after this fake punt to keep the drive alive. Baylor with some gutsy calls on 4th down. BYU responds in kind. And they've extended the lead back to 14 on the road.
Set summer in motion with a Honda Accord Hybrid, CR-V Hybrid, new Civic Hybrid, or all-electric Prologue SUV. Take a vacation, staycation, or just a weekend drive with the windows down. Whatever you do, make it epic with Honda. The 2024 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Overall EV and Hybrid Brand. So act now. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or hurry into the Honda Summer Event.
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future through the Chase mobile app. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help from JP Morgan Wealth Plan. Let's go, Whiskers. Gen Y is working with a banker to budget for her birthday.
You only turned 30 once.
And Gen Z, her credit's golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Honey.
Honey.
NyQuil Severe Honey. Powerful cold and flu relief with a dreamy honey taste. NyQuil Honey. The honeylicious nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine.
Future-proof your home and garden with AARP today. Harvest the rewards for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
This isn't one of those sad, fits in a petite paper bag kind of value meal. This is Arby's $7 double meats meal. Big boy bags only. Arby's, we have the meats.
This is an election year unlike any other.
America is ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24. Your freedom. Your vote.
All right, the reviews are in. First things first is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry, and total ridiculousness. Nick Wright, Chris Broussard, Kevin Wildis. A fresh daily dose of unscripted and unfiltered sports talk. Weekdays, 3 Eastern on FS1. First things first for me, I got to get my math right. 13 is the lead for BYU.
I missed that one. What'd you say it was? 14?
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to rehash, relitigate.
You're the one who brought it up. I would have never noticed.
I'm just saying I'm trying to,
I just
clean up on aisle 4.
I just hope we don't get any crickets in here.
Better not. This will be taken out by Dominic Richardson. Richardson stutter step. And he gets a nice block that may result in a penalty. And in fact, 2 penalty markers come in. So we'll see here if Baylor is indeed guilty of some sort of illegal block.
Yeah, I think this is going to back them all the way up inside the 20.
Would have been a 41-yard return.
During the return, holding, receiving team number 44, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Well, it gives us an opportunity to go to Mike Hill in Los Angeles for an all-state game break. Mike.
More Big 12 guys, K-State, Oklahoma State. Third quarter, DJ Giddens, 66-yard run for the touchdown. That put the Cats up 28-13 where it stands now. Here's a nugget for you, Robert. Cowboys trying to avoid their first 0-2 start in conference play since 2005. Back to you and Alex.
I appreciate that, Thrill. He's always got we got those nuggets going back for years, man.
Mike Gundy's squad it's just weird watching that team.
It is.
They're just out of sync. Robertson again with a pass that's batted down. That's 3 times now. And again, it was Logan Latui there.
We talk about how open the Big 12 is this year. You know, talking about the favorites. Utah having a quarterback hurt again. We'll see if he's going to be back.
Tell you what, though, the freshman is pretty good, too.
Yeah.
Take a look at Robertson since the first quarter. Isaac Wilson's been tremendous for Utah. And this BYU team, if they keep this up, boy, was that clash going to be special late in the year. Ball down the sideline, 50-50 ball that is incomplete. Intended for Keytron Jackson, Maury Bamba in coverage. BYU will face Utah on November 9th. And both of those teams, if they keep playing the way they are, that's a potential eliminator in a Big 12 championship. Potentially. We'll see.
Boy, late substitution from BYU. Maybe a little bit of confusion lining up here.
Robertson to pass. It is incomplete. Again intended for Jackson. Again Bamba in coverage. And it's 4th down.
Nice job by Bamba on the coverage here. And not so sure Sawyer Robertson did want to try and go. Well, you see Ketron wins to the inside. Gets that throw, and you love that. Bamba talking a little bit when he gets up.
Three and out for Baylor, unless they run a fake.
Could still play. I guess it would be 4 and out if they don't make it.
Palmer Williams to punt it, and it looks like there was some movement up front.
Delay.
Here, yeah, it might be a delay. You're right. Yeah, play clock wound down. Yeah.
Delay a game. Kicking team. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
If indeed this is a punt, and it looks like it will be, just a 19-second drive for Baylor. A little over 3 minutes to go in the third. 13-point margin.
Parker Kingston back to return it. We saw the touchdown a week ago. Get a nice high kick, allow your coverage team to get down. Short.
Take a Baylor bounce, and Kingston a little bit, I guess he had the sideline there. Didn't need to worry too much about it, but still. Last week was an adventure that worked out. I don't think they want another one.
No.
34-21 BYU.
Come on, let's go. Get off your... Touchdown!
Woo! Mountain Dew. 6 pieces of chicken, 4 sides, and biscuits. That's a big deal.
Now this is the type of deal Dad love.
Oh, this for $20. Coach Prime and KFC, we back, baby.
Prime Big Deal Days is coming October 8th and 9th with exclusive savings just for Prime members. You'll feel like a big deal. Shop deals on electronics, fashion, and more this Prime Big Deal Days, October 8th and 9th.
Isn't it absolutely bonkers that you can walk into a store, hand someone a piece of plastic, and they will willingly hand over Reese's cups? Forget flying cars. This is it. We're at the pinnacle.
Tubi is proud to be free for the teachers illuminating the minds of our children. But it's also free for kids who skip class to throw rocks at windows. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
You know, the TimberTech products compared to wood, it's really the only product that I've personally found that has that look and feel of wood. It's the closest thing to it in the world of composites.
You just really need to look at it. They've nailed the colors on this. There's a great range of color in there. The grain pattern, the comb look to it is fantastic.
It doesn't have that like weird plasticky look. It just looks like it's supposed to be there. It looks like what you want it to look like. It looks like your investment made sense.
Discover Mercedes at Mercedes-Benz of Boise. Discover the luxury, discover the engineering, and discover that you can afford your very own. Right now, drive a new Mercedes C300 for just $459 a month, or choose rates as low as 1.99% for 72 months. Discover your dream vehicle at Mercedes-Benz of Boise, a Lyle Pearson dealership. Peace of mind since 1969.
Cosmo made the trip, as always.
I hope Cosmo is hydrating properly.
How about this? You know, we hear all the time from Kalani Sitake about complementary football, offense, defense, special teams. There's your balance right here. 25 plays for rushing, 25 plays passing for their 50.
last week scored offense, defense, special teams. I think that was the first time since 1996 that they had done that.
And they now have 31 points off turnovers this season after getting the 7 earlier today. Retzlaff flushed out, throws it away. Well, Baylor's defense has gotten better as the game has gone along, there's no doubt.
But you just remember when it was 21-0 and just how flat they were. They certainly are playing much better, just no energy there. We saw BYU take some chances on that last drive. Saw the drop and the overthrow from Retzlaff and then the fake punt. See if they're going to challenge on the outside here.
Handed off. Nawahine made an initial man miss, but it's a really nice tackle in the open field by Corey Gordon Jr., and it's 3rd down.
A really nice angle from Corey Gordon Jr. coming up from that strong safety spot, but now you got that 3rd and long. And remember, Dave Aranda likes to leave 7 back in coverage. A lot of simulated pressures. You'll get a different 4 rushers every time. It's not always the 4 lined up on the line of scrimmage. Think the linebacker's going to blitz.
And indeed, that's the case. Retzlaff to throw. Intercepted! Gordon with the pick. And Baylor comes up with a takeaway. Their first of the afternoon.
And Retzlaff is trying to hit Keelan Marion. Coming on the in route, just a little inaccurate. You can see him rolling to his right here and just throws that a little bit too far to the outside. As you mentioned it, partner, Corey Gordon there with an absolute gift from Jake Retzlaff. And that's the thing about Jake Retzlaff. I mean, he can make every single throw, but it's kind of like golf, right? It's not how good you are at your best, it's how bad you get at your worst. And it just doesn't take much sometimes with an accuracy like that. Cause a pick.
They're going to just double check here that indeed this was picked up, or this was caught and did not hit the ground.
See if he got those hands underneath.
Yeah. Ruling on the field, of course, an interception. First career INT for Corey Gordon Jr. if it stands. Let's see.
Got to control it to the ground. Nothing on that angle that's going to show us anything different. See if we have any other angles. Call on the field, the interception, of course, so it has to be something clear and convincing. Looks clean to me. Nothing I've seen yet would overturn that one.
Baylor came in the day with a -2 turnover margin. -1 in the afternoon. That'll even things up. Kalani Sitake. Exasperated.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. First down, Baylor.
We'll see in a 13-point game what Baylor can do here. Their defense has gotten better as the day has gone along. Steps up here. Gets a takeaway. And now Sawyer Robertson of the Bears offense. On first down, Robertson took a peek over his shoulder. Oh boy, did he get clocked. As he approached midfield, knocked off his feet after a gain of 5. Isaiah Banya.
Oh, Banya with a big stick at the end here. You got to protect yourself going in there. He got all bent back. He's tough, but you don't want him taking too many shots like that. Banya. You love that as defenders sometimes. Those ball carriers aren't looking to get those free shots.
Robertson passed down the sideline into coverage incomplete, intended for Presley. Maury Bamba was there. Third down.
Been calling Bamba's name a lot tonight. We said earlier, Jay Hill, defensive coordinator, said he wasn't 100% healthy, and you can see Baylor has gone after him time and time again, but he's just been excellent out there for the most part in coverage. Great position on Hal Presley taking that throw away.
Side handoff, Washington, nowhere to go. BYU's defense holding firm. And as we approach a minute to go in the quarter, it's fourth down.
Oh, they're going for it here. See those signals coming from the sideline. You guys stay out there. We're going for this.
No gain on the play. It'll be 4th and 5.
Pretty tight left side slot.
They rush 4. Robertson gets away. Robertson tries to cut upfield. He slips and falls short of the line to make. Expressing his frustration, Baylor turns it over on downs.
Oh, just a great job from this BYU defense, plastering the wide receivers downfield, understanding what kind of concepts are going to be coming, and they flush Sawyer Robertson, who has nowhere to go. And Kelly, nice disciplined angle, turn him back to the inside. Robertson loses his feet, and the Cougars get the ball back just into Baylor territory.
Final 37 seconds of the quarter. And this play will be made in the backfield by Linus Noel III.
Caleb Parker, that initial hit coming free off of the edge. And, you know, they had said, Aaron Roderick, the offensive coordinator, said that Jake Retzloff had the ability to change out of runs into passes. Might have been an opportunity there to change the direction or go to a pass.
The end of the quarter ticks down.